All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us via YouTube Live all over the place from Maine down to South Carolina, out to Pittsburgh. Today we're going to be doing CCT Advanced with some of our JCI crew. This class is very, very highly catered towards asking questions, bringing up topics and such like that. We will be monitoring the chat as we go, so please feel free. It helps the class to move along to send in questions and topics you want us to cover here. So if you have any questions that pop up during, feel free to call, text, email one of your Brody reps if needed. And I'm going to hand it over to JCI. Who's going first?
Okay, let's see. All right, good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, so it's nice to be here. We've got several people in the room, but I know the vast majority of the folks are online, so definitely thank you for joining, and as he said, ask questions. That's like that's going to be one of the biggest parts of all this. So we're, as it says, going to talk about JCI tools, do tips and tricks. So a lot of that tips and tricks are ideas we've had from doing sessions like this in other places, but a lot of that really is going to derive from the questions that are asked ultimately. Because if it's something that you don't want to ask anything about, we can't really talk about it because we can't read your minds. So this is only for important for the folks that are in the room, but if there is any kind of emergency or anything like that, we can go back out through this door, out to the hallway, back to where you see the ladies' restroom, and then turn left to go out into the parking lot. And then the restrooms are just to that the right-hand side. So basic agenda, as it says right there on the screen, is that, well, we're just after 8:30, and we're going to talk about JCI tools. We're going to go into some tips and tricks, some ideas that we do want to talk about, but hopefully that will prompt all the questions, and then that'll be mostly focused CCT, but it can be honestly anything that you really want to talk about. And then the next part is just if there are any other kind of general questions and answers that we can kind of go into it as it goes. And as I said, we'll be complete when we're complete. So it ultimately kind of derives from the folks that really are asking questions. So, as again, most important part, ask questions, ask questions, ask questions. So we're going to do some introductions real quick, and then we'll get into the content. But my name is Nathaniel Green. I'm an application engineer for JCI. I've been with the company for 14 years. I was in our branch organization for 9 of those years, and I was a technician, engineer, so I designed major projects is what we called them. So like I said, I did that for 9 years, a lot more laboratories than probably anything else. So I've got a different kind of experience compared to some of the other folks that might have been in the construction world. And I currently reside in Bentonville, Arkansas.
Ready? So I'm Cody Hunsinger. I have been with Johnson Controls 11 years. Similar background to Nathaniel. I've been with the branch organization for 8.5 of those, and I've been an application engineer since. Most of my experience is government work and hospitals, labs, things of that sort. So similar, a little bit different than Nathaniel. So any questions or whatever, we have the chat up. So definitely feel free to chime in. So, Joe.
You and Joe.
How you doing? I'm Joe Vitale. I'm Channel Account Manager for the Northeast. I came from distribution. I was doing sales in a distribution level for 7 years. Came to JCI about 5.5 years ago. The territories I serve are the greater Philadelphia area with Brody, North New Jersey, the 5 boroughs in New York City, and Long Island. Thank you for attending the training today. This is Scott.
Yeah, Scott Kelman, account manager for Johnson Controls. I've been with Johnson for 25 years. I cover the Carolinas, and had various roles with Johnson Controls throughout the years, technician, product manager, and now in sales. And turn it over to you guys.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And if for the folks that are online, if you could just put in your name, where you're located, because I know there's people that are as Scott is from the Carolinas all the way up to here, and I don't know how far, is there anybody that you know from even farther north?
We have some guys from just north of Boston.
Okay, wow. So yeah, definitely let us know, and keep that definitely your eyes on the chat, so that if somebody does ask a question that you wanted to ask, you can add maybe something else to that, or if you don't see the question you have, ask it in there. I know that we'll try and read them out for you as here in the room. So I'm going to attach this thing to my, hopefully that still will work, clipped in. Okay, good. So do you want to talk a little bit about JCI tools? Because I know, like any organization, we've got a whole bunch of tools for a lot of different stuff, and there's a lot of acronyms, and just want to keep somewhat straight on what we have and what the latest are, because I know that talking with lots of folks in the field, you're not always up to date on what the latest is, and you may be encountering some kind of problem that can be fixed by simply going to the latest version. I mean, there's always different situations everybody runs into, and plenty of times it can be something that somebody found out, it got fixed, and it just hasn't filtered down to you as of yet. So on Workbench, Workbench targeted towards, of course, FX80, 90, and the FX server. There's basically two versions of Workbench that we maintain. So basically the current version and then a long-term support. So those align to what Niagara does with their versioning. They do exactly the same thing, so that's how we maintain ours. And the easy thing when you see ours, you see 14. I don't know why we decided to go with one extra number versus what Niagara's version is, but it aligns pretty easily that the current version is 14.13.3, which is Niagara's 4.3 update 3, and that came out last month. And then there's a long-term support release out there that came out back in the spring in March. So I'm not sure how often the long-term support is updated, but I know that they're already talking about the next update, update 4 for Workbench. So probably the bulk, though, of what everybody uses is the tools that are targeted at our field controllers. So this is CCT. That's what, hopefully everybody knows plenty of that. CCT, new version, 16.0.1, came out just last month in July. Literally, it was maybe just a couple weeks ago at this point in time, because we're still in the, second week of August. So the big thing that this version of CCT adds is waterside of the ASHRAE Guideline 36 applications. So if you're familiar with ASHRAE Guideline 36, you will know that it is honestly a complete bear of a standard that ASHRAE put together. It is designed to be in a lot of ways, almost like a mix and match for your MEP engineers when they're designing a building, where they can just go through and say that I've got an air handler, it's this kind of air handler, so I want this part of a sequence, this part of a sequence, and this part of a sequence out of this standard. You guys go make it happen in the field. Your engineers can implement that a lot of different ways. I personally have only seen it in one spec of a project I was looking at with a customer, and it was set up in a way where it wasn't explicitly Guideline 36. It just made it made all the references to Guideline 36, and if you didn't know it, though, you wouldn't know what you were reading. That was kind of the problem. So that's something that everybody in our industry is going to need to get more and more aware of on our sales folks, estimators, project managers, the technicians and the engineers, because Guideline 36 is definitely a lot more work than all the standard sequences that we've done. Has anybody run into it, heard about Guideline 36 as of yet? No. Not yet. We'll see, hopefully if anybody in the chat has seen it, definitely let us know. And from everything I've heard, it has been more of something that has been done on the West Coast, really more than anywhere else. I think some projects in Canada, but outside of that, pushing through, have you seen anything else in other parts of the country, Cody?
New York City.
Okay.
New York City, Boston. Yeah.
Okay, so our folks maybe that are in the Boston area, maybe if you've seen it or heard about it in project there, but yeah, it's those big cities is where it's really going to start as it kind of goes, and then just filter through slowly through the rest of the country. So we'll definitely see how that really goes in the long term, but that's something, like I said, that's the real main thing that CCT 1601 introduced. There were some there were different bug fixes in it, but it's nothing of major impact for the majority of users. Field controller packages. So that's something that is, of course, all your firmware, so your main and boot code. That's what firmware packages are. So current version is on there, 11.0.2. That was released, it was last week, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, I think then the announcement for it came out maybe 2 weeks ago, and I know I was able to download it off the license portal last week. So if you have not done that, there is this new version out and available. There also is another version of a package file that came out that is targeted specifically for some fixes for the DLK display, and the announcement was just this morning. I mean, I saw it come into my email about 30 minutes ago, so it was just after 8 o'clock. So I don't even know if it's available on the license portal as of yet. But the big thing, though, this firmware package fixes is the ability to use the handheld balancing stat. Have you used that before? Have you used about it? Heard about it? Okay.
Yeah, you're talking about the older one?
Yeah, the handheld balancing stat. So it looks like if you folks in the audience online, if you've not seen it, basically looks like a NS7000 sensor. It's one of the 80 millimeters, one of the short ones. I know I saw it no, I didn't see it on the wall in the back. I saw that was a map tool. But I personally never saw it when I was in the field, ever. So I don't know where it is used in North America, honestly. The only time I've heard about anybody really using it is in Canada and then in Iowa with some customers. So like I said, I don't know what the actual usage of that handheld balancing tool was, but basically they found there was a problem where it didn't work on the firmware 11 controllers. So I imagine that's something you guys got some calls in about and probably escalated up to our tech support. So that's what there was a patch. It was 11.01, which is specifically for the CVM and CVE controllers, and then the 11.02 patch came out for all the rest of the field controllers, the CGE and the CGM on that side. And then they added just support for the 1601 for the Guideline 36 stuff. So generic SA bus packages. This is something that was actually a really big release, but a lot of people just didn't know it because it wasn't announced very well at all. There was a new package put up back in May, and it adds the ability to put one of the JCI, either of our airflow stations onto a field controller on the SA bus. And that's the AD1272, which is our duct probe, and then the RA1270, which is the fan inlet version. So you can basically, instead of wiring an analog sensor up to the controller. You can actually put it on the SA bus, just like your expansion modules, and then pick up the airflow, but then you can also pick up a bunch of the other data off of that sensor. I've seen the Bacnet points list. I don't have it memorized in the slightest, but it's a bunch of different points that you can pull off that controller if you wanted to, or those two different controllers, but they're effectively the same thing because they're just reading airflow. So that's something that we've wanted to do for a very long time to get it released, and I was happy to see that it did finally get released earlier this year. APLT, so application loading tool. That's really the key thing for mass downloads. That latest version was, as it says, 041. That was released the very beginning part of this calendar year. There is a new version that will be out plan-wise sometime within the next month. So you should see a new version. I know the last one I've seen is 1.1.1.10. So we'll see if it gets iterated past that, but I know they're doing basically some different testing, some beta testing of that, just to see if there's it fixed all the bugs that it did fix, or that it was intended to fix, and then if there was anything new that was introduced. So, like I said, hopefully we'll see that sometime in the next couple weeks. EasyCAF, that was released back in February, which is a version 5. And then the next real big tool release that's really going to be probably the more important thing for people in the long run is going to be the connected workflow application. CWA has been in planning within JCI for over a year. I don't know, it's 2 years or something like that, at least 2 years. I know at least, Frank, you did testing on the CWA, correct?
Yeah, I did the CCT,
Yeah, so he
I did get approval.
yeah. Yeah, so there's been, within Brody, they've done testing. I know it's been testing within JCI so there's a lot of testing been going on. Basically the version that will be available to everybody should, at least from what I was told by the product manager, it should be next month. Should be September is when the expected public release is. And then as I had on there is that there is, so the main thing that you'll see on there is basically it's an app that you download on your Apple or Android phone. And then with that, inside of that app, there's basically modules or other just tinier applications that you'll be able to run. And the first one will be the connected workflow for technicians. That will be the first part you'll be able to use. And then there will be a air balancer specific module that will be added sometime in the fall. I'm not sure what that time frame is. I know at least the testing part they're shooting for within the next, probably within the next 2 months to get that going. And then I guess it'll really come down to is what that testing cycle looks like to get any bugs that are introduced or found just by being tested actually in real world situations and getting those fixed. So
Every update I get, it's the first thing I check for is
and that's so far I've not, like I said, it's still that part is to come. So you'll probably see it. I would assume you'll be part of that testing group since you've already been doing testing. So I would say one question just for the audience, especially online, is that has anybody else been part of those testing groups that not gotten down to any of those contractors? Okay, yeah. I'm not really sure on who tests on that. I know they have a lot of different folks that do it, but we'll kind of see how it kind of goes. So the next set of tools are specifically for the SNC. I would say that at least from what I have seen, there's not a very wide usage of the SNC. Do you guys happen to know how many SNCs that you guys have sold out there? Probably not a lot. Not many. So this is, I'll definitely say as a field controller in the FX world, it's not something that is going to be all that necessarily easy to use unless you came with a Metasys background, just to be very honest, because it is very much a Metasys device that was adapted to be part of the FX line. And one of the main reasons for that, for everybody here, is that when we do come out with our UL864 listed line of controllers for FX, this is going to be one of the main parts of that, because we aren't going to be able to list the FX90, at least as far as I'm aware. So that's going to be probably the main part where people will use it in the future. It will be that. But it is a hybrid controller where it's a supervisory device and a field controller in one. Does have high point count, so given different kind of complexities in really large air handlers or in central plants, you might want to use something like this. But basically, that's kind of the main use cases for it. So.
I don't know if they can hear me with the mic over there. But so
There you go.
perfect. So the issue with that controller is when you download something, whether it be the supervisory or the actual CCT side of things, it reboots the entire controller. So you have to be really careful what you're going to use it on, and you have to make sure that it's something that can be booted, right? Because if not, you could crash a plan or something like that. We do have a background download on something like that, so that's something that could be used, but I still say be very careful, because that's things like that can get very critical very, very quickly. So.
Yep. So whenever you do get the tool bundle and you see all these other programs, you have no idea what they work for. That's what they're for, is for the SNC. So that's the System Configuration Tool, SCT, the FX Engine Images, FX Device Packages, and then the Mass Changes tool. Those are all things that are targeted to use the SNC. So like I said, it's a different configuration part. So you use SCT and CCT in tandem on an SNC. I just almost confused myself with as many acronyms I used in one sentence. But that's what it's there for. So like I said, probably for the vast majority of the folks on this call and here, even if you've seen one, you probably didn't really know what it was for or why you'd want to use it. So it's like I said, it is a niche controller, but it does have some good functionality in it because it is high point count and all on one device. So I put these in here just to make people aware, because like I've said, that when it came to that handheld balancing tool, that's what it looks like. So it's something that, like I said, I've talked to a lot of people in different parts of the country, and most folks don't even know what it is. So it is something that's available. The part number is like FX ATV 7003-0, I think. So it can be used on basically any of the controllers. That, like I said, the big kind of caveat is when you got to the firmware 11 controllers, which were basically anything that started being produced from probably about November of last year. That was where firmware 11 was introduced. It worked on everything before. It didn't work on firmware 11 out of the factory until you updated the boot and the main, and then that's when you could use those that little handheld device. And this, I'll make this presentation available because there are links in it to the folks at Brody so that they can distribute it out to the folks who did sign up, so you can get to these links and everything like that. And of course, then there's the map tool, which there still are plenty of maps that are out in existence. I imagine that everybody either has one or has access to a map tool. If you're probably not been hired by your company within the past probably year or so, because they were discontinued. And that's where, when we were talking earlier about the connected workflow application, that's where that product comes into play, is because the map tool was hardware device that had a web interface and a bunch of functionality built into that device. The problem that we ran into and started to develop during the whole pandemic was with the supply chain issues, that actually a lot of even like electronics manufacturers started going out of business, and a lot of those companies that went out of business, some of them were the suppliers of the parts that went into the map tool. So we had to find new parts, and they didn't necessarily work because, well, it's not a direct one-to-one swap from this chip from this manufacturer to this other one. And basically it got to where we had to buy as many parts as we could get, make a last batch of map tools, and that's where the announcement that basically was a pre-announcement of a discontinuation that came out over a year ago. So the map tool, like I said, it still works. It's a great thing if you've got one, definitely use it. But that's where the little dongle on the bottom as a physical device is what will replace it. Have you seen one, the CWCVT, this little dongle yet? If anybody in the chat has one, please go ahead and at least let us know. But I know we got one, at least we can let you actually see it. So basically what we did was we took what the map tool did and split it into two things. A physical device that's just an access point, that's it. It's how you get on an MSTP trunk. And then the application part is that connected workflow app. That's the main reason for it, so that if something happens to this widget, the people, the manufacturers that we source the products that go into it, we can just basically find somebody else, build something new, and send it out to folks. And we can make it work that way, as opposed to having to rewrite an entire another set of applications. So yeah, it's just a little dongle. So in a lot of ways, it's very much like the old Bluetooth connection device, the BT-CVT, because it is just an access device. That's it.
And Bluetooth will be released on this soon.
Yeah, in different many ways. Because the CWA, at least in some of the testing that I've been able to do on it, I've actually, you do use the Bluetooth part of it. So it is interesting, kind of a tool. So, but that's kind of, like I said, that's where the different software pieces and hardware pieces of our tools kind of come in, because that's, like I said, that's the vast majority of stuff that you guys are really using. And yes, sir, got a question.
Back on the CWCVT.
Yeah.
As far as using it like a Wi-Fi Bacnet router, have you done any playing with it with third-party devices? I found that it will not let anything but Johnson Controls controllers through it. I was curious to see if maybe there's a way around that, or
So we
if
have
that's true.
we have proprietary software on here, and that's so that nobody else can use it. You can buy. It's a very similar device. It doesn't say Johnson Controls, and then that acts as a Bacnet router. But then again, the CWA application won't be able to communicate with it. Right. So
I was just trying to extend it into being another tool that we have.
Yeah.
To quickly check controllers and things like that.
Yeah, I personally have not done any like kind of testing, because I don't have any third-party Bacnet devices actually to do any testing myself. So that's just one of those kind of limitations.
It's one of those things that would be neat to be able to do that.
Yeah, it would be neat. I know I've seen at least one enhancement request to add that kind of functionality. So it is on, like I said, it's gotten put up as an enhancement. I don't remember what kind of rating it got, and so I think from what I remember hearing in that enhancement request discussion, that it is on the roadmap as something that will be added at some point, have that kind of functionality. What it'll actually look like, I don't know as of yet. So, but yeah, it would be nice to be able to then see kind of everything on a field trunk. And then probably there is a one neat little thing that this CW CVT does have is that you can get packet captures out of it. You can enable that. The only real limitation with that is it doesn't reflect the actual time things happened. And the reasoning is that it doesn't actually do like a time sync to anything. So when you start it, it's just some kind of arbitrary time. So that's something where if you start that process, you need to just manually say, like I started it at 9:01 on the 15th of August, and then basically base everything off of that. When something happens 5 minutes later, it's at 9:05 or 9:06, as you just kind of go. Because that's, like I said, that's the only real limitation I've heard about that packet capturing is that it just, it doesn't have the clock doesn't go out to anything to resynchronize itself because it's not, I guess, does it have a battery in it or not? I can't remember if there's any kind of capacitors for even to maintain a real-time clock.
There's a small capacitor in it.
Yeah. So that's, like I said, it is a neat little dongle, especially it's nicer because it's not, you plug it in, it's ready to go. Definitely it's less than a minute. I don't know if it's less than 30 seconds, but it might be. It's ready to go pretty much by the time you're ready to connect to it, where the map, I know, was like 5 minutes. It was a pain in the butt to have to use.
So from what I've seen, it's 5 to 10 minutes, or 5 to 10 seconds. Sorry.
5 to 10 seconds for the CW CVT to boot up and be ready to use it. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, compared to the map tool, like I said, that was one of those things where I know a best practice I heard for the map tool was if you've got one, get a battery pack, strap it to the back of that map tool, and then just plug it into the power port so that when you have to go from this mechanical room on one side of the floor to the other side, just do that so it stays booted up.
And the BT CVT mode one in.
For on what?
Which is one of the modes in there. Is that to be able to basically replicate the old BT CVT did with the old controllers?
I know that, so there is going to be a way to use the Bluetooth on the CW CVT, but at least from everything I've seen and heard, it's going to only be for the connected workflow application.
Right. So that's the third mode.
Yeah.
But there is another mode in there called BT CVT, which is totally separate.
All right. That I've not really seen. I know or I don't know enough about it. I know that the big thing about the Bluetooth, the old Bluetooth access device was that the drivers that were developed for it were based on like really old Microsoft code, and that's part of the thing that the reason why you can't use it on a new computer if you only put in CCT 16 is because that stuff basically for security purposes is so antiquated they just never updated it. And there is a mechanism where if you install some like really old version of CCT, you can actually get those drivers on your machine and then maintain them when you update to the absolute latest version.
Right.
But what that version is, I don't know. It would be pre-10, I think.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's 6 something, I believe, is
Yeah.
what it is. But yeah, the plan. So the plan, I know, was to put some sort of driver back in there so that you could do either or, because there are some instances, right, where you don't want to use Wi-Fi because you have to be connected to do some sort of commissioning or something of that sort. And to flop between the two, you have to have another dongle, and sometimes that doesn't work 100%, right? So eventually it'll be put back in. I'm not sure what release that's going to be, but they did say that it's on the horizon, if you will.
All right, so I guess are there any questions? I guess that is the main thing. Has there been any kind of questions or comments brought in on the chat? Not yet. Hopefully everybody's still awake out there. They've had some coffee, and they're able to ask questions, because really this next section is really kind of the bulk of it. And the main thing is well, it's kind of, like I said, it's a lot almost dependent on those questions in order to kind of keep going. So these are at least the ideas that I had, that I wrote down, of what would like to talk about with everybody. I imagine Cody will have probably basically some of these same kind of ideas, and then maybe a few more things to add. But like I said, ultimately it's going to be kind of more derived from, only a few topics, that we can just kind of talk about off the top of our heads without having the questions prompted from the audience. So if you have anything, definitely you shout it out. For the folks that are online, please put it in the chat and let us know just as you're going. So the things that I kind of wanted to talk about was, I put it on there, it says make a standard program yours. And we'll go into that in more detail, what I mean by that. PID tuning, about kind of what that is, what it can look like, what you can do to kind of change things. And then even kind of going beyond that is something that, some of that's also dependent on this sensor configuration. Because if your sensors aren't actually set up the right way, you can do anything to your PID and it'll still be slow. And then it's got the blank on there. What are blank for? And there's things like, what is a finite state module? What is the state table for? What is, what is what for? And then, as I said, whatever questions you got, that's the biggest thing, is ultimately for everybody taking the class more than it is just for Cody and I to talk at you.
Yeah, and I mean, it is like, if you guys have something that you want to get out of the class, please put it in the chat. This is definitely something that we can cover as we go through. We can see different things and pull them up and go from there. So.
Oh, yeah. All right. So hopefully everybody's got their thinking caps on, and okay, awesome. So
But it's probably going to bore other people, so.
yeah.
I mean, I'll eventually get to it and start programming stuff.
So I'm open. I got CCT. This is the latest version, CCT 16.0.1.
I had a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So, I did a little bit with the 16, version 16, but I have some job sites that have older, like PCT, controllers.
Mm-hmm.
So, when I go to that job site, with this version, I can't work on them controllers, is that right?
No, you should be able to. So that was you asked the question right along the first thing I wanted to bring up.
Okay.
So it's I know for the folks that are online, it might be a little difficult to see. Let me close this.
I think I was using 10.2 maybe for some of those controllers. I'm referencing, so I don't know.
Yeah, and that.
I was able to use 13 with it, version 13, but when I went to 16, I'm just confused by all that. I gotta uninstall it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I thought I had like a little tool I could zoom in on things, but so I know for the folks that are on, why is it not sharing? I said duplicate. Sorry about that. So hopefully, yeah, like I said, I thought I had something to be able to kind of make my screen bigger, but it is so the question was really about using the newest version of CCT with older installations. And that's where the release mode comes in. That's really what it comes down to. So the release modes are, you said it, 10.2. So
I'm thinking.
the release modes, honestly, I get lost in them personally too. The way I think about it is where it says 10.2, but it says firmware 6.2. I look at it at the firmware level because that's really what is important. So firmware 6.2 is all of our Generation 3 controllers. So that's your PCA, PCV, PCG, PCX, right? That's all of them. If I remember correctly, that should cover all of those controllers. So that firmware 6.2, that was the last firmware that was developed for the Generation 3 field controllers. That was, when did 6.2 come out? Like, it was more than 5 years ago, because it was basically our Generation 4 field controllers are at least 5 years old at this point, because we went to the Gen 4 stuff when I started with the products group.
Yeah, so that had to be 17, 18.
Yeah, something like around 2017 or 2018. That's probably when the Generation 3 firmware stopped. So that's where, when you go to this, if it's an older controller like firmware 5.1, 4, and basically at that point, to access it, you either have to have that really old version of PCT, or you could go to update the firmware to 6.2. Then after that, all these other versions of firmware were basically when Gen 4 product was introduced. So I think firmware 8 is actually where like the PCA stuff comes in, because those IP controllers and the big point count, the 3611 and 3613 controllers were kind of I always called them a Generation 3.5 device, because they were old style looking, but they're still kind of technically part of the whole Gen 4 product line. So they were, I don't know what the max revision of firmware that those are supported to, but they are still they are considered to be more Gen 4 than they are Gen 3 at this point in time.
Yeah.
But that, like I said, that firmware is really what you're more thinking about, where, like I said, firmware 11 is the latest version of firmware that we have coming from the factory.
So we have a question in chat. So what does the left number refer to? It's just the release mode, right?
Yeah, that left number for release mode, of what it means, I've never heard a good descriptor on it from anybody and I've never actually talked to any of our developers to ask them why did they come up with this arbitrary number scheme of 10.2, 10.3, 10.6, 10.7, blah, 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 blah.
Basically, it means there's an enhancement. Right?
Yeah.
There's some sort of enhancement at the revisions as they go up. I know PID loops are a big thing, that they're tweaked and tuned every single revision. I have one now.
Okay. Oh, cool.
It's tweaked and tuned at every revision. So, that's, I say try to make sure that your release mode is at the latest when you're doing something new, right? So keep it at the latest as much as you can. And of course, the firmware is everything behind the scenes. So that's the code in the background, if you will. So.
Yep. Yeah. And yes, sir.
So this version, am I able to, does this work with PCT as well? Like if I'm buying new controllers, I don't know where before we weren't allowed to, we had to buy the, I guess, third generation, is that what you call them?
Yeah.
So will this work with them as well?
It will. Yes, this
I
will
use
work
this.
with the old Generation 3 controllers.
Okay,
That
are
it-
branded that?
Yeah, the like I said, the FX, the P, like it's all that, everything that starts with a P is old Gen 3. So when we went to the Generation 4 is where we also went to the part numbers start F4 dash CGM, CGE, CVM, CVE. It's all kind of a big alphabet soup, like any other part number scheme, but when the old part numbers never actually meant anything.
It makes sense now.
The new
Correct.
ones, they do make some kind of sense. I probably should have put in a little slide that covers like what they actually mean, the part number breakdown. But every letter and number actually means something very specific. So the biggest thing is that the numbers are the IO. So when you see a CGM 0909, and that's what it is, because when I will say one of those personal gripes I hear with people, they say CGM 9090. It's not a 9090, it's a 0909 because it's 9 inputs, 09. The next 9 is 9 outputs. So that's why when you see a CVM 0305, it's 3 inputs on the device and there's 5 outputs. So like I said, that's where just knowing what the part numbers mean to me, I'm always like oh, why do people say that? But that's what it actually means.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So this job site, they have these older controllers, VAV controllers, right? If they fail, and they're on FXJs,
Yeah.
if they fail, am I able to replace them with, say, the latest?
A CVM? Yes.
Yeah, and
Yeah. They can coexist. There is a minimum version firmware that you can put on any Generation 4 controller, basically because of just when they were introduced. There is no 6.2 version of it, so whatever that first one would be it. But it's best to just upgrade it to the latest version, and yeah, it'll communicate fine as a Bacnet device, just like anything else. And you can actually even take that same program out of that old controller. You can basically open it up in CCT, it'll ask you if you want to upgrade it, and it'll upgrade it into the latest version. And I will say this, is that the upgrades work, but unfortunately there is no mechanism to downgrade a CCT file. It would be very nice. I've always thought it'd be a really cool thing. Honestly, I've never even heard if there's an enhancement request for it to do that, but I just don't even know how you would do it.
Yeah, you can downgrade a controller, so firmware and things of that sort. So if you have an older version of the application, then you could downgrade that, but you can't downgrade the application file itself, the CAF file.
Yep.
Right.
So whatever version it was written for, you can't go any lower than that.
And there's a question in chat. It asks, did 16.01 restore access to 10.5? And yes, it did. So it's now 10.2, 10.4, 10.5, 10.6, 10.7.
Yeah, I think when you install it, it leaves it out, and you got to go back into the install package.
Yes, you
Yes.
can.
Find it too.
Correct.
Run to add them to it, right?
Yeah, so when you bring it in, there'll be a package, and you can definitely do that.
Yep. Yeah. Any other questions before?
Yeah, there was another one that just
Okay.
came in. So it says, if you upgrade a CAF file, does it save the balance flow data? Yes, it does. Everything
Yeah.
is embedded into that file.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's it was a tip here. So they said that they always, whenever they pull a file, they save that original file. Yes, that is a great practice.
Oh yeah.
Because if you upgrade it, something could change in the background, right? So you always want to, when you upload a controller, definitely save it before you upgrade it, right? So you can go
Yeah.
back in and upgrade it later on.
Backup, backup, backup.
Yes.
Backup is the most important thing. That's whatever, doesn't matter what controller, supervisor, server you're working on, if it's, if you're using FX, if you're using Honeywell, whoever it is. I mean, I see a bunch of names on the, around the wall here that have different controllers. Doesn't matter who it is, general tip. If you touch it and it wasn't yours beforehand, you don't already have a backup, take a backup before you make a change. my first boss when I was in Houston, I mean, he like beat it into everybody's head because one of the guys that was on my team didn't do that. He went to a hospital and he made some changes and he crashed a supervisory device and he wiped it. And this was in a live running hospital, so all the schedules, all the other different, programming that tied different things together was all gone.
Right.
And it was spent 24 hours straight trying to find some kind of backup of that device so that it could get it back online. And I don't even know if they found it. I think they basically just had to start rebuilding everything from scratch in a live hospital that were treating patients.
Yeah.
Because the guy, just didn't take a backup before he started work. And that was the thing that my manager was like, you go to a site, you take a backup, you leave for the day, you take a backup. And so I think, if that's not your practice, make it your practice. If it's not, for the folks that may be managers that are on the call, make it part of your thing for your employees that you take a backup, no matter what. Because you almost can't stress it enough, because have been too many times where people have not done that and then it bites them completely, and
Yep.
you don't want it to happen.
For sure.
Oh, wait. Sorry for that soapbox, but I think it's like almost too important. It's almost too important to not do it. Okay. So on the screen, I've got as it says, example, mixed M for mixed air handling unit. So this is a program I built just out of our system selector. So when you do file new, that system selector asks you a whole bunch of things about mechanical setup and then different control questions. So depending on your sequence, this program that it spits out could be 50% to that, or it could be 100%.
Yeah.
Because you never know that just when you step back and you don't see a sequence written down from your MEP engineer, what do they want? If it's a construction project, it could be pretty close, but you're going to have to make customizations. If it's an owner direct project, it might be where you guys are the ones that dictate what's going into that controller, because the owner says, you guys know the way we want things to run, and maybe there are just a couple little modifications that you have to make for that owner. So there's a lot of variety that this system selector can give you.
Yeah. And I would say probably really close to 90% you can get there with a standard program, whether it's standard system selection tree with side loops or something of that sort. You can get very, very close.
Yep.
And that's kind of what we preach, because anybody that goes back to it that knows CCT will be able to follow that program, right? So if you do custom code and the whole thing is custom, sometimes it's very hard to follow what that person did, right? So that's definitely what we preach, is to make sure that it's as standard as possible. And we understand that there's situations where you can't do that, but there's quite a bit in there now.
Yep. So minimizing the amount of green triangles
Yes.
is the best thing. So side loops. Hopefully everybody knows what side loops are. It is just simply hitting this little button, side loop, and it does give it in some kind of generic terms of temperature control, humidity control. Well, disregard that part.
Right.
When you're thinking about it. When you're adding a side loop, it's I'm going to add a PID loop or some other kind of binary control to do something specific, and then after the fact I can customize it if I need to. If it's not temperature, it's other. I got to create maybe some kind of pressure control fan in this that's going to be on this air handler. We'll put in another. Just fill in these like simple things The biggest part is direct acting, reverse acting. Is if the process variable, whatever it is you're trying to control, if you put in more speed, does it go up or go down? That's basically what direct acting, reverse acting means. Cooling is that, well, you put it more, you're adding more cooling into the system, so you're driving your process variable down. The other way around, you're going up. And then even then, why they're reverse acting and direct acting is what goes back to pneumatic days. So I'm not going to say my experience in pneumatics is chopping them apart and throwing them in the trash and putting a DDC controller on it. But this is a good place to start when you just have to add something simple to a controller, because one of the nice things is when you add side loops, it adds entries into the state table, so you don't have to manually do it. So there are things you can customize it as much as you want, and then you just have to know that, well, I'm going to add this PID loop. Well, I got to add entries into the state table. I got to add a way to turn it on and off somehow earlier in the program. So that's where side loops really can be very helpful. But again, as you are more and more experienced with CCT, there's certain points where maybe you are willing to take the couple of minutes to create a state table for yourself. And other times, like I got a lot of program I got to write, I'm just going to use a side loop to it.
So one thing to note is every pop-up screen that you have on CCT, up at the top right-hand corner of that, there's a little question mark, and that is your help file. So even when you're on the system selection tree, you can click on that. It opens up this little section, and you can go into it and figure out exactly what it is, what it does, so on and so forth.
Yep.
Right?
So if you are select a block, select pretty much almost anything, and you just hit F1,
Yes.
you're going to open up the help file. So it opens up HTML5, it opens up your web browser, and it takes you to that entry, and you can read about it.
Right, because there are a lot of blocks in here that you may not use all the time. So you may think, well, what does that do again? Your help file is there specifically for that.
Yep.
Right, and you can pick and choose what you want to add. And again, this is perfect for the system selection tree, because I'm not sure how many times I've even gone in and said, I have this custom program. I think I can get it to work with, system selection tree, but I need to do some digging. And that file is perfect for that. So.
Yeah, because, I mean, even the one I clicked on that's showing on the screen says heating proportional valve with low limit. Well, there is just one that's just basically heating proportional valve, so it doesn't have a low limit. And that could be all the difference in your sequence is that they want to have some kind of minimum temperature that they're maintaining, or there's all sorts of weird little differences that an engineer can put into a sequence, and that's the only thing you have to customize. Well, sometimes there might be a standard block that already exists that fits it, you just don't know it, as opposed to going into anything and just completely customizing it. But since we're talking about that.
So there are two questions in the chat right now. So one of them is, when using the system select on VAVs, why are the NS8000s not chosen by default? That is a loaded question. So
We don't have an answer for it.
yeah, I don't have an answer for that. It's something I already know it's in product development's hands, and we've asked this question a couple of times because, I mean, ideally, the NS8000 is the thermostat you're going to use. I know it is kind of a pain right now, but eventually it will be the default. There's just so many factors out there, right? I mean, the NS7000s, there's
still millions of them that were installed.
Yeah, so that is one of the reasons, because sometimes you're just changing out a controller and you're not doing anything else, right? I mean, you have to think about the service work behind it. So just because you're on install and this is what you're doing every day, there's thousands more people out there that are doing with the 7000s and just changing out controllers or something of that sort. So
Yeah.
There's reasons behind it, but it will be the default eventually. It's just not there yet.
So the easiest mechanism to do a workaround with that is to use the EasyCAF
Yes.
tool, and it has a mechanism where you can automatically upgrade a NS7000 that's in like a VAV box program to an NS8000, and you can even do it in bulk.
Correct. Yep. The other question was, can you give a quick description of the concept of side loops? So side loops are something that doesn't come in the standard program. So if you're trying to control something that isn't in the standard, so as Nathaniel's showing here, there's a bunch of different scenarios, right? So think of it as you have to control exhaust fans or a different humidity or a temperature or something of that sort, and you don't want to write custom code because again, custom code, not everybody can follow it, right? So this is the problem with that is a technician will come back later and they'll say, what in the world was he doing? You know, because everybody writes custom code completely different. There's some guys that they have an idea and they run with it, and then 2 years later they change that idea and then they change all of their custom code. So again, try to do as much as possible with system selection tree, side loops, and again, you can get really close to that program in 90-95% of the situations. So but this is the actual definition of a side loop application here. So it's,
Yes, sir.
yeah, go ahead.
So when you create a side loop, you might have the logic there with the PID when you're trying to control direct acting, reverse acting, but do you have to, at the end of the day, link the output somehow to the physical output? I mean, you have to link the physical output with the PID output. There's links connections you got to make in there, or is everything done behind the scenes?
So the question was, do you have to link things behind the scenes? So let's say you're creating this side loop. Do you have to link the inputs and outputs and PIDs and stuff of that sort? Typically, no. If you say that you're going to put it down with the side loop, so you can put that down and it automatically selects it for you. Or you can say, no, I want to select it later on. I've already added the inputs and outputs and I want to select it. You can do that as well in here. So it just depends on how you want to set it up, right? I would say try to do everything with the side loops. Some things you can't. And you're going to have to change that input or output to whatever signal that you have. So, but I mean,
You can name
to
them,
each
right?
their own.
Yep.
Yes,
You
yeah.
can name it so it's not.
Yeah, it'll come up as SL and then whatever SL-T or something of that sort, right?
Yeah, so I just created one and just made it simple test. So test proportional output. There's an output, test SL. That's this, like you said, side loop output. It gave us 2 more tests, tuning resets, an override check. It gave me a new test. I put other, so it gave me a pressure, test side loop pressure, and it should even give me some network inputs. Basically, it gave me a set point and then a tuning reset. So, you know, and then there is, like I said, it even does this part in the state table, where gave me two things in the state table. So this is where one part is that you will have to customize, is that it gives us this tuning reset, the override check. So those are just kind of standard parts it gives you as a column, or sorry, as a row, but it does then in turn add the column here on the end. And then this is where, depending on what this is, you might want to change these things all here on this right-hand side to correspond that, well, whereas if like this air handler goes into alarm, do I want this side loop to still operate?
Right.
Is it going to be independent of the air handler, or is it actually dependent on the air handler? If it's doing some kind of pressure control, it may be dependent on the air handler, where that exhaust fan only turns on when the air handler is operational.
Right.
So
And-
you would need to start making some changes, edit the state table to turn it on, turn it off, put it in different conditions as you go through.
Yeah, and the state table can be very confusing for certain people. I mean, even I'm guilty of it. When I first started, it was extremely confusing to me. I had no idea what I was looking at. As you get going, there's a lot of things that you can do with it that then you don't have to write custom code, right? So it makes it a lot easier to put it into a certain state and a certain mode. You can adjust the priority, right? So the higher that these states, these state generations are in there, the higher the priority, right? So at the top, it's usually water flush is the number one, and then low temperature alarm and smoke and all of that stuff. So that's high priority things that need to take precedence over everything else. So, you know, you can play around with it. I'll say be very careful, because if you change something, it could throw something else off, right? So
Yep.
you really have to know what you're doing. But again, there's always a help button, right? So if you have questions, help. And again, back up, right? So that's your number one goal, is to take multiple backups. I mean, if I'm doing a program, I probably have 5 or 6 different versions of like an air handler or chiller plant before it's 100% right. And that way, I don't have to remember exactly what I changed. I can literally go back to the last version if it doesn't work and start from there. So things like that become very critical, especially if you're in the field and you're trying to get something done and a customer's breathing down your neck. You can jump back to the last one and say, okay, great, let's start from here then. So.
Geez, I like completely messed my screen up. But so I'm gonna look at the PID loop. So just again on PID loops, or even before, I guess we'll step back again onto just making a standard program yours. So as we said, green triangles. If I edit this and say what am I going to change? I just want to change limit and max value.
Yep. And
That there's
it's editing in any way, right? So you're
Yep.
changing a default value, you're changing a unit, it's going to give it a green triangle, which means when somebody comes back, they know something has changed. It may not necessarily be the actual program, but something has changed.
Yep.
Okay.
So all I did was just change that one input from 100 to 75%, green triangle.
Yep.
And like you said, now somebody has to worry, like, what is actually different in there? Because this air handler doesn't work. I'm trying to figure it out. What did somebody change, the person that wrote this program before me?
Yeah.
So instead of doing that, one of the main things that it is a good practice to do is, I'm looking at this same one on the connection screen, is that, well, I want to change limited max. You know what, honest, in some ways, a better way to do that is, well, I'm going to do this. I'm going to add an input, a network input, you know, I'm just naming it to be something obvious for what we're doing. And if instead of this was what I wanted to change, I just made the connection to that, we would have we wouldn't have a green triangle at that point.
Correct.
So that's one of the things that is honestly a better way to do it, is as much as you can change your inputs and your outputs on standard modules so they stay standard, so that if anybody looks at that program, they can follow it.
Yeah. And the other thing that a green triangle does, when you upgrade a program, it won't change that block.
Yep.
So that block is going to stay at version 10.7 forever, even if we're at, call it 11.6. It's never going to change that. So that's another, I wouldn't say it's a problem, because you know we've pretty much figured out our PIDs and things of that sort. But again, if there's an enhancement and it could help the program operate better,
Yeah.
that could be a problem later, right?
Yeah. Because I guess it was about is at least 10 years ago is when the whole idea of the tuning reset and the override checks came into PCT and CCT.
Yeah.
It sound about right, about 10 years ago?
Yeah,
It was because I was in Houston and working at the Exxon Mobil campus that was built there, and I know it was while I was on that project, but I was there for like 5 years, so I don't remember exactly when it was.
yeah, somewhere version 5 something, I
Yeah.
believe.
So
somewhere in there.
and that was like a great enhancement, and then it was added to all the PID loops,
Yeah.
was in order to do those, because prior to that easy thing to say PID tuning reset, it was like a really convoluted process to reset a PID loop to default values to let it reset itself.
Correct.
And that's what PID tuning reset is. It just goes to the defaults and then starts over.
Yeah.
The override check is exactly that. It's checking if there's an override put on any modulating output. So if you modulate a cooling valve to 25% and your PID loop thinks it needs to be at 100%, it could get out of whack, and that's basically what went back to tuning reset and the override check, because the override check will say, I'm reading priority 8 on this output, so I'm going to put the PID loop into hold, and so it's not going to calculate, it's just going to see that somebody is commanding this output to 25%, and it just stays there. And then once the override is released, it says, all right, 25% is my startup value. My process variable is here. I need to add more cooling, or I need to take away cooling. And then it just starts to do its calculations again.
Right.
So that was, like I said, today there hasn't been any real significant changes to the PID loops in years, but that was a big thing that got introduced, like I said, about 10 years ago.
Correct.
And it was a big saver. I wish I had had it when I first started, because had issues in the laboratory where things had to be overridden, and then an entire system went offline, which cascaded and shut the entire building off. And it would take anywhere from 2 to 6 hours of me babysitting it in order to get that building to start back up before everything was finished. And it was a pain in the butt, to put it bluntly. So it's like I said, there's a lot of parts and pieces in CCT to make our lives easier, but sometimes without, like Cody said, looking at the help file, you may not even know that they're actually there.
Yeah, and so there was another question here, a very good question. Are the green triangles changed since last time, or changed from the default? And it's changed from the default system selection tree, right? It's so whenever somebody looks at this program, they know that, okay, it's not 100% standard from system selection tree. Okay?
Yep. Yeah, and it can be just as simple as changing the value on the input to doing something where you're actually going into a, come on, this doesn't want to cooperate. So you're actually going in here and you're adding things or deleting things, because, well, this is where the states come in when you look at PID loops, really. It's like, well, you're going to command a PID loop, the module, into a bunch of different kinds of states, because, well, if the air handler is commanded to be off, well, we just want the PID loop to be off. We don't want it to just run. And limited max, like I said, that's something where probably a lot of people have seen it, but they don't really know what it is. I've used it on, like I said, like different alarm conditions. Usually it's where somebody in the sequence says, I want this valve, if this happens, to go to this percentage. That's what I've used limited max for over, I don't know, years and years. Yeah. And like I said, it's come in very handy. Water flush, that's something that we should, I mean, a lot of people don't even know what it is, to the point where it'd be nice if we knew what it was, so we could tell our air balancers, hey, when you're doing your water tests, you don't have to take all those VAV boxes and force them into some kind of cooling or some kind of heating mode. All you have to do is change system mode to water flush. It's going to open up your valves to 100% so you can just do max flow testing through that coil. That's what water flush is there for. Part of it. Part of it's actually like, well, if you're cleaning the system out too, you put it in a water flush mode so that you can make sure that if there's any buildup in the system, it can get blown out. So there's, like I said, there's all this stuff that's in CCT that until you really start reading the help file, it is kind of all unknown. And I will say this, reading the help file is not exciting, but it is helpful.
Yeah, very helpful. So there's 2 questions here. Can you show how to make a backup? And it's just file save as, right? That's what you're doing in CCT. So you're pulling the file and then saving as something. And again, I like to put something in there that says, you know, version 1, V1, something of that sort, right? Because the next time you go in, you know, okay, that's what it is. And then there's also a timestamp on it, right? So you can go into the file itself and see the timestamp when you're looking at it in File Explorer. And then another question is, does the PID loop also stop if you override the input? No, not overriding the input or the set point, as long as it's not tied to that, right? So what it's going to do is it's going to try to, you know, if you're looking at the process variable, things like that, it's the output that it really looks at, override, to make sure that it's not tuning itself. I call it tuning itself to death, because that's what it'll do. It'll keep tuning and tuning and tuning and tuning and tuning, and it's still never going to meet that set point. So that's what we mean by override.
Yeah, and I mean, and honestly, there is no real good reason in a lot of cases to actually override an input, because if your pressure sensor isn't working, well, your air handler just isn't going to control right, so you should just override the output to just, you know, you look at your trends and say, well, when it's normally operating, it's like 72%, so I'm just going to put it at 5%, 70, you know, something close to it where you can maybe give it a little bit more headway and just run at at an overridden condition until we fix that sensor. There are one part when you create a program. I'll do this again. So if you hit system selection and you start changing these boxes, this wipes out everything you did in the program customization wise. So do remember that part.
Yeah, so if you do have to go back in and reselect and there's something that you need to save, you would export that module. So the module that you change, you would right click on it, export module, save it as whatever you'd like to save it as, and then you can re-import that later.
Yeah, so it's something where it's very obvious on when you're doing system selection for like coils, it actually has this part where it says unreliable sensor operation. What do I want to have happen if the sensor, that temperature sensor goes bad? Do I want to just turn the coil off? Do I want to go into hold? I usually prefer hold. Makes sense to me.
Right.
And there's these other things. User-defined position, protect coil based on outside air temp. So there are ways, even if the input goes bad, where you just let the program do what it's supposed to do instead of actually trying to force it to do something. Because it's forcing it to do something that can actually cause problems. One thing I did want to say was for modules, like I said, there are times where a standard module you want to customize it, and there'll be different kinds of reasons where you need to do it no matter what. Like you can't change the inputs, you can't change the outputs to make it happen, and so you have to make customizations. Well, one important thing that can be very helpful, I can say I've been not good about doing this myself, but you can add this text block, which if it does it, so text. It's a block, you got to edit it just like anything else. But when I edit it, you know, I can make a title, it's like modified I changed XX to meet the SOO. And just having that text block can be a big help. And like I said, that's another one of those just little pieces of CCT that not a lot of people even know exist, that you can just add it, this text block, say, well, why is this changed? What changed in it? It takes you 1 to 5 minutes, depending on what your changes are, to do this. If you're doing some kind of customization of a standard module. And like I said, just do it. It'll make your life easier because, well, if you're writing programs all the time, do you remember every program you ever written? I mean, you kind of do, but you don't remember all the details on why did I do something. And if you're a technician in the field is like, why does this work? And they're like, well, if you just put it in there, you would have told them what changed, and they would have been able to say, well, the change you made didn't work, or maybe it could be better, or something like that. So, like I said, just little things like this, documenting your code, can go a long way.
Yeah, so we have another question in here. It says, when you save a program that has been active for some time, does the auto-tune PID data also get saved?
Yes.
So, correct, yes. The answer is yes, it does. So when you restart that program, re-download or do whatever you need to do, it is going to restart that program at the last known auto-tune.
Yep.
And it's going to retune itself as you go, unless, of course, you shut that off. Depending on the situation, right, I always would pretty much leave it on. Steam, heat exchangers, and things of that sort, it's a different animal, right? So maybe those you let tune for a little bit and then you turn off, because if not, those can kind of get away from themselves. Other things as well, but again, it's things that as you go, you'll figure that out, what you need to turn off and what you need to keep on. And again, every system is different, right? So
here it is. Okay. So, yeah, whatever. Oh yeah, I'm not in the internet. Sorry. I won't even think about that. There is a guide, and it's a link in the presentation for later on that does talk about how our PID loops work. Like, it's an entire guide. It is rather old, but it hasn't really changed any in like the past 10 years, and the theory behind them, because our PID loops use something that is called PRAC+. So it's a patented technology and mechanism that our developers put forth, I don't know, now at this point, 20-something years ago. PRAC stands for, it's like, I don't even remember. I'm not going to pretend, sorry. I shouldn't have said it. It stands for anything. I don't know what it stands for. But it's how our auto-tuning works. And our auto-tuning isn't really it's not auto-tuning, it's adaptive tuning is really the best way to describe it. And so, but that's also where it's dependent on the states too. That's part of the way PRAC Plus actually works, is that, well, if you command it into a certain state, you're turning it off, well, you're turning your PID loops off. So there's a lot of things that go into it, but what I was going to say earlier, that one of the things that I have had to change the most in our PID loops is this low limit, high limit. So by default, your PID loop is commanded to 0 at the minimum, 100% on the maximum. And the only times, like I said, I've ever had to change that, I'm usually changing the low limit, and it's typically because I want to have better control of a VFD-driven fan, pump, something like that. Because, well, most of the time your VFDs are set at some kind of minimum speed. So as soon as you hit on, they run to 15 hertz or 20 hertz. That's kind of standard. So if your VFD is 0 to 60 hertz, 15 hertz is 25%. So that means that your PID loop from 0 to 25% has zero effect on what's going on with that fan or that pump. So that's the only time, one of the only things I've ever done consistently in PID loop, in the PID module changes, is to just, well, I'm going to change the low limit to match what the drive is actually set for. 25%, 33%, whatever it happens to be. So that's like I said, that's one of those things where you can make that change and it's really simple and you're not really changing a lot, but if you document it, now when somebody comes back behind you, they can find that real simple and see this is all that was changed was I just put in a low, I modified the low limit to match the VFD. And you can take that all the way out so that I can even have a network input on the CCT file in order to match that.
So there's another question. It says, I believe I've read a PID tunes itself after 3 time constants. Can you clarify more? I was trying to look it up, something of that sort.
I thought it was, the number that sticks out in my mind is 6.
Yeah, it's something in that range, right? It's, but it's definitely in this. I'll put this link in the chat. This is the actual guide here. And it is a bit lengthy, but of course it's makes it a heck of a lot easier to figure things out.
Yeah. But I've turned air handlers on, 100,000 CFM air handlers with Prac Plus running, and within 30 minutes it was at set point. Controlling at that, usually air handlers like that, like hundreds of VAV boxes downstream to turn on. And it, but it does, it goes through that cycle. It goes super far up, super far down, and it does it just a handful of times, and then boom, it's at set point. Smaller air handlers, seen it like everything's ready, roaring to go, less than 15 minutes the first time turning it on. But that's, of course, the big thing is everything downstream is actually set up correctly because, well, all your ductwork has to be connected. All your VAV boxes need to be turned on and running. All your grills need to have all the plastic ripped, cut off of them instead of you blowing into a piece of, whatever it is they put at the end of ductwork and all those different things. So if you've got all that stuff right, an air handler can be up and running in no time with Prac Plus, with the adaptive tuning. Yes, sir.
When you're talking about PIDs, I just got a question. So there's different configurations for different things you're controlling.
Yes.
Discharge air or space temp. So the settings for the PID, is there something, I don't know the difference between a PID preprocessor and a PID if I was try to make a custom loop or something like that. I guess it must be built into the side loops because they ask you if you're doing
Some basic control, yeah. And that,
Yeah.
and that's where really the PID preprocessor is the place to start with that. So that's where the changes that you make in the PID preprocessor fill in default values that feed into the PID loop, the PID module, which in turn are what are executed. And that's why when we're looking at this program, the only thing, like the PID preprocessor, looking at the help file, it has all sorts of stuff that it's doing input-wise, output-wise, all these different things. But when you actually look at it in a program, the only thing it's got connected is process ID and process units. And so the process ID is really, well, sorry, it doesn't go to the right one, is really the biggest thing. Because this is where it derives those kind of standard start spots. And it does give this, it is kind of a good comparison right in the beginning of the difference between zone temperature and discharge air temp control of what it does. So you can see dead time is a little bit different. The process range, it's significantly different because this is about double what that is. But the time constant is super different, 900 versus 200. Saturation time, 300 versus 60. Interval period, 60 versus 12. So there's some things that are like super far apart. And the math behind it, how they got to these numbers, I don't even know. That's part of that patented, fancy engineering people, math guys who spend years and that's what their life is. I'm just a guy that uses it to my advantage. That's kind of what I have been fortunate to, that I have almost never had to do anything to any PID beyond setting up the process ID. And that's about it.
Is that chosen then? Like, I guess
By certain things, it is chosen by default out of the system selector. So like here, we're looking at process valve cooling control. Well, we look at the details. It's control and discharge air temp. Because we're air handler, we're using the coils to control the air temp, the discharge air temp. So a lot of things are chosen for you, but if you're customizing it, the process ID is almost more important to change than doing anything else in the PID loop. Because the process ID is, like I said, that's the part that's like you change first. Because when we're looking at, there's another section in here where it gives you like the entire list of the process IDs and what the numbers actually are behind them. And I'm just trying to find it. Well, I'm not going to worry about it too much. But the ones, we can edit it and take a look at. So airflow, building static, you got these heat exchanger, condenser water, supply temp, humidity, discharge air temp, duct static, zone temperature, zone humidity, return air humidity. And then basically things I can tell you, if it's zone or return air, it's going to be slower than something if it's discharge air temp, discharge air static, airflow control. Those are going to be more of your faster ones. Something like condenser water supply temp, that's going to be something is super slow because it can take a long time for your cooling towers to actually affect that. So like I said, the standard programs, that's part of what they're doing is they're setting in a lot of these default values for you. But there are times when you have to change it. And like I said, that's where reading the help file and getting these ideas about what the parts and pieces are and kind of how they all affect each other, it can help you make something faster or make it slower if you need to. Because sometimes it may just be as simple as like you're trying to do some kind of humidity control and that's what you're having trouble with. And it may just be, I need to slow down my PID loop or maybe I need to speed it up because it sees a change and it just doesn't react fast enough or it's reacting too fast to it. And it's like, I don't need to put it into manual tuning and do all this, like try and figure out all these values as well. Maybe I can just go back, change the process ID to something slower and then watch it work and it worked. Or maybe it doesn't, maybe you need to change it again. So there may be some steps into having to do that testing, but it may, like I said, knowing that the process IDs are there and that you can change them maybe is a simple way to get around a lot of the PID loop tuning that we end up thinking we need to do.
Right. So there are two questions in the chat. It says, will you always have a voltage on the output when you have a low limit set above 0%? It depends how you have the hardware set up, right? So you can have the hardware set up to be anything you'd like on the voltage side. So there's a maximum out on hardware. And then there's also a minimum value on engineering and that sort of thing. So it depends how you have it set up. As this one is right here, then it would be at 0, obviously. There would be no voltage on it. But as you change those, so let's just say you have a minimum value of 50%, so that would be 5 volts out,
Yep.
right? As long as it's a 0 to 10 volt VDC signal. So it just depends on how you have it set up. And those are values that you have to look at and you can change. So for instance, Belimo doesn't like 0, right?
Yeah.
They like half a volt minimum. So you can do that in here.
Yeah. So they either do in their dash SR actuators is 2 to 10 volts, or in their MFT actuators, if it actually, you set it to 0 to 10, it's like you said, 0.5 to 10.
Correct.
It's not actually 0 volts.
Yeah.
And you just make that change here, and basically what this is, it changes the scale so that when my PID loop says 0%, or my override says 0%, that's 2 volts. And then it scales it up from there so that 50% isn't 5 volts, it's what, 6 point something, I can't remember off the top of my head. The math, I mean, you know, you start to get into it, it becomes a big deal, but
So you're saying it works with the engineered values?
yes. Yeah, so if you're changing, if your hardware device has a different voltage range, if it's an input or an output, you want to change your hardware outputs or hardware inputs to match those values. Don't try and change something else in the PID loop or anything like that.
Right.
Like I said, that's where, when I was talking about low limit in a PID loop, is that, well, when I turn a fan on, the VFD has a minimum speed it's going to run at, because what it's trying to do is protect the motor so it doesn't overheat. So it always has enough cooling of it spinning so that it stays cool and it doesn't burn itself up, instead of starting at 0 speed and then I'm just going to kind of ramp up from there.
Right.
So,
I have a question.
yes, sir.
Maybe that confirms it. So let's say I had a 2 to 10 volt actuator controlling an outside air damper, but I want the minimum outside air to be open 20%. Right? So if I set my hardware to 2 to 10, with my control or my PID or whatever for the damper actuator, I don't know how to explain it, but if it's calling for 20%, that may be 2 volts, but it's on a 10 volt actuator, my actuator is going to be shut and it won't be open 20%. So I didn't know if you just changed, you're saying that it scales it, so if I change the hardware values to 2 to 10, and I set my damper minimum position to be open at 20%, so maybe put out 4 volts or something.
So where I would step back from that and say, I would say that whatever the actuator hardware configuration wise is set up for, if 2 volts is 0 degrees and 10 volts is 90 degrees, I'm going to set my output to match that, my physical output configuration to match that. And then where I would do that is that in here, there are, as we go through this damper minimum position determination, I can actually change it so that, well, I want my damper to always be open to 20% when I'm running. So when the air handler is off, it'll command it to 0, so it'll command it to 0 degrees, which closes the damper. But then when I want it open, I'm going to, and just always at a minimum, it's always going to let in 20% air through that damper. And you do it in the program setup, and so that you have a variable, because maybe your air balancer comes in and finds that, well, for the minimum outside air for this, it's actually, it needs to be open at 27%. And so they set it at 27. And it's just a simple network input that they're changing, and it kind of cascades through all the other control pieces, because if I'm doing CO2 control, well, it's going to be 27% to the 100%. Where if I'm at the low CO2, well, I still have this minimum damper position that I'm going to control to no matter what. So that's where you can actually just go farther back in the way the program is set up to get there, because I think this is from what I remember, it's an option and then system selection if you want to have that minimum position.
For outside air, yeah.
Yeah, for outside air. So, like I said, there's a lot of different parts and pieces of even just the system selector tool on like what is it actually doing, and like where does all this stuff come from, and man, there's a lot that goes into it. Yes, it is. CCT is, I will not say it's simple. It's there are lots of different parts and pieces on how things are connected together, and it does make a big complicated whole, but there are a lot of things you can do by changing the program as opposed to your inputs and outputs. Because the biggest thing I always told my technicians was that as long as you make sure the hardware works, I can make the program do anything we need it to. It's like you check out that damper opens from closed to open the right way, so that if I say 0%, it's closed, I say 100%, it's open. The valve, the sensors, as long as that stuff works, we can find some easiest way possible to make something like, something happen to it, to meet the sequence, to meet the owner's requirement, whatever it is as we go through. Because it may be, depending on your building and like weird mechanical design decisions, that you may get into a situation where things don't work and you have to start trying to modify the sequence and working with the commissioning agent, the test and balance contractor, and the MEP engineer to say, we have to find a way to make this building work because it wasn't designed correctly. Somebody forgot to do something, something they got missed in the design criteria. And, why is the building negative all the time? Well, do this and this and that and that and this and this. And it kind of goes back to, the reason why the building's negative all the time is because we turned everything on during construction, and all of our airflow stations are dirty. And they go through and clean them, and then everything works fine.
Yeah.
Something as simple as that can actually be the cause of a problem, and it's not, there's something wrong with a program.
So there's, in chat, there's two more or less comments. So one of them is, a time constant is a concept in signals engineering. It refers to how fast the system responds to an input, i.e. A slow responding loop temperature most of the time, and then a fast responding loop pressure, so discharge air pressure and things of that sort. There's caveats to that though, right? So discharge air temperature, that does respond pretty quickly.
Yep.
And then the other comment here is, not sure about CCT, but in other programs or platforms, I have a switch after the PID loop that puts the output to 0 if the equipment is not called on. Upon the switch closing, the output jumps to a minimum limit. So that's not necessarily how CCT works. There's some things here.
Yeah, that all comes back to the state table within
Yes.
CCT, how that works, how it does different staging.
Correct. And that's, so what Nathaniel's on right now is a hybrid activity block. So what that does is the top line is going to determine what mode it's in. And then as he clicks through, those are the actual modes that it can be in. So you can go into a hold, you can go into a minimum, a maximum, however it's set up, right? So that's typically how we would say to do it, and not necessarily after the PID, put it to a minimum or a maximum or something of that sort, because then that does write back into the PID, and PRAC may not work as effectively, right? So that's why we do it the way that we do it, so that PRAC does adapt effectively.
Yeah, and one good place where you will see that probably more than anywhere else is under the fan control parts of like an air handler.
Yes.
Where looking at it, I'll make it more towards the middle of the screen. Like on this one, when I created it, I got a supply fan and a return fan. When it goes through these different stages, like you see this thing where it says off. Well, because the state's commanded off, we want it to be fans to be off. Well, if I'm saying as we go on, it's like, okay, we want the unit to run. Well, I told it supply fan starts first. Well, supply fan runs to minimum. And then there's something that's defined as minimum. There's something that's defined as ramp, where it slowly increases the speed when it's in the ramp condition, and then it goes to static pressure control, and then it controls the static pressure. Right. So that's part of that states as it goes through the hybrid activity of, well, it's off, I'm here at this state, and I go to this one, and I go to this one, and then everything's good. It's gone through our different timers, and everything we set up by either default or that we've modified, and boom, now we're in static pressure control.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can, for instance, this is one thing that I've run into quite a bit, where it says here, you know, supply fan starts first, return fan starts first. You know, depending on the situation, you can come in here and change them both to, they both go to minimum, right? Because you can have issues with return fans or supply fans spinning the opposite way.
Yep.
And causing issues. So that's, instead of doing it in the actual program, this is where you would do it, because they would both ramp up to a minimum, and then at that point in time, it doesn't matter how fast that supply or return fan spins, the other one isn't going to spin backwards. It already has power on it. It's already turning, right? So that's, for instance, that's where you would put, you wouldn't do any custom code. You do it in here. This is the most effective way to do that.
Yep. Yeah. But any other comments in there?
No?
Thank you very much for the more explanation on the way the time constants work. It's definitely one of those things where I've had people explain that to me in the past, but yeah. I am not an engineer. I just play one on TV. So it's something that I know it and I've like absorbed it, but to regurgitate a lot of those things, I'm not going to be able to do it in any kind of necessarily very eloquent fashion, because I maintained what I needed to know and discarded all the rest of the fluff, because I know it works. I've seen it work. I know how to make it work. The explanation of how it works is sometimes not as always important.
Yeah. So two questions just came in. Are you going to talk about the FSM Explorer? And how do you know a state table has been changed? So you really don't know a state table's been changed. What you could do is save the program and go back into state selection and resave that, and then you could compare the two. You could definitely do that. Unfortunately, there's no, green triangle that comes up for that.
No.
Just looking at it as you get more familiar with the state tables. Again, this is why this class is advanced, because state tables are not for the faint of heart, right? There's a lot of things that you can change and do in there without doing custom logic and things of that sort. And yes, we can go over the FSM Explorer, right? So.
You want to do that now?
Sure. Yeah, we can.
I'm trying to remember where is the finite state module. Okay, so I put it in simulation mode. It's going to go through. One thing I will point out as we're doing stuff is that the color changes in simulate and commissioning mode are actually very useful to understand what they are. So in the PDF you'll get, it actually has like an explanation of all those colors as they go through. It used to not be that way, honestly. Like when I started, there were no colors. It was like you had the little pink colors and you had the white ones, and you selected, and that was about it. And you just, like, things happened, and you had to like really be watching for if you're simulating a program trying to make something occur, or you're commissioning and seeing it live. I don't know when they introduced the colors.
It's only a handful of revisions ago.
Yeah,
right?
but
So
like,
you
I mean,
can
just
see.
turned blue. Just all this stuff just started going because you know, the simulated program is going into its startup mode, and it's like, boom! I just saw this stuff happen.
Yeah.
It's like so useful now.
And the other thing that you can do with a simulation is you can put a breakpoint in there.
Yeah.
Right? So you can say, okay, I want to stop the program whenever the cooling valve starts to open. So if the cooling valve goes above 0%, stop the program, right? Or something of that sort. And you can pick and choose whatever you'd like. So if you're having a situation where something is coming on or isn't coming on that you want to come on, you can stop it at that point to see exactly what's going on to troubleshoot, right? So that's pretty much what it is. It's a troubleshooting tool to figure out why is something doing something or not doing something, right?
Yeah. And that's probably more useful when you're doing a lot of customization
Yes.
to see is what I'm trying to make happen actually working. I could definitely see it in chiller plants, like you're really using the brake conditions a lot to see like, well, is something actually staging up when it's supposed to stage up? You know, is the reason why that chiller is turning on, is it actually like a good reason? Or is it a bad one? The cooling towers, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
When you start getting into laboratory, same kind of a deal. It's a lot more complicated of programs, a lot more customization, data centers, things like that you're controlling. Having the breakpoints will be a lot more useful than you're just looking at a VAV box.
Right.
It's like, I just want to see that it goes from minimum flow to maximum flow, and the heater turns on. If it's hot water, electric heat, whatever, it's a little bit less complicated than all that other interchanges that can go on.
Yeah. So that Sean says, does it actually halt the program or just pause a certain chunk? So this is for simulation only. This isn't live.
Yeah.
It's going to halt the entire program, right? It's going to stop where it is and take it out of simulation mode, but you're still going to be able to see what happened at that point in time. And I do believe you can go backwards so many seconds just to see what happened prior to that, right? And how do you clear the breakpoint? You resimulate and you clear that breakpoint. Or you can hit there's a pause or play button on the bottom there when you're in simulation. You
Yep.
can just hit play again and it starts from there. So you can see what happens prior, during, and after, right?
Yeah. So the finite state module explorer is now what we're looking at on the screen.
Yep.
And it basically tells you current state, satisfied, previous state, what it was in, time and state, and then this is where it goes into the possible next states of what's going to happen. And it's like here, it's like saying, well, fan ready is false, is what one of the conditions we're in, but we haven't gotten to this other part of going into heating idle or going into temperature unreliable. I know people get hung up a lot about finite state modules, and they can definitely be frustrating. I'll say that much, because you have no real ability to actually affect the way the finite state module operates. It has inputs, it has outputs, so you can change what's connected to it, what it is connected to, but what it actually does inside of that block, you can't control it.
Right.
Because it has I don't know if it's in the online documentation, but there are flowcharts that are in the help, somewhere in the help documents, that actually will step you through the different states that are in the FSMs and why they go from one to the other. Like I said, I know I find them, but it takes more time to find them than just hitting F1. So
Yeah, so I'm going to put the link in the chat
Okay.
here that it'll link you right to where the flow status determination is.
Yeah,
And it just
okay.
gives you an idea of like what it looks like, right?
So I will say this, in some ways I don't have like, I personally don't have always a good explanation for the finite state modules as maybe there could be. I've honestly very rarely run into any real problems with them from my own experience. Usually the problems that I've run into writing programs is either I did something wrong, the sequence isn't right from the engineer and we're going to need to make some changes, or there's something wrong with the mechanical system. Like I said, it's in some kind of a weird state. The reason why it's in a weird state is because of one of those other three things, not because of there's actually something wrong with the program, the standard program. Let me put it that way. So that's been my experience. I don't know, Cody, how more you can kind of add to it.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to. It won't let me put it in that the count is too high on the chat, so I'm going to put it a few pages back, but you'll be able to scroll down through and see that in that file. I mean, you know, the FSM modules are, if you're not really familiar with CCT and how they work, they can be a bit of a bear, right? So it's a black box to a point, but there are a lot of things in the help that really do determine what it should be. And the nice thing is it is going to tell you what the next step is when you're looking at the Explorer. You know, it's really just playing with it and figuring it out. I mean, it's going to be to each person to, you know, get familiar and because again, every program is going to operate just a little bit different too.
Yeah,
So.
and I will definitely say that in simulation mode, it is not going to work all that well.
Yes. Yeah.
Because simulation mode, the way that all of the blocks are also dependent on the inputs. And well, if you want to change all that stuff, you got to go through that entire list of all your inputs and start manually changing things in order to force those changes. Because, well, if you want it to make it to go into heating mode, you need to change your discharge air temperature, your zone temperature in a simulated program. In a real world case, because you have physical inputs actually sensing temperature, humidity, pressure, the environment is going to affect all that stuff. And so then you can actually see what is really happening in the real world. So a commissioned program in a live controller with real data will allow you to follow the finite state modules a lot better than a simulated program.
Yeah.
Because it can be like, why isn't it doing this? And it's like, oh yeah, because I have to change this other temperature sensor.
Yep.
Because I didn't do it. And so simulation mode helps you a lot, but it doesn't help you do everything because it's the more complicated your program is, the more inputs, more outputs, there's more you have to keep track of as the person who's simulating the program in order to make all the appropriate changes. Because I mean, you can put a program into a really weird state because you set some temperature sensor super high and another one super low in a way they would never actually work.
Right.
Because you're simulating it. And so the program does something weird. You're like, why is it doing this? Like, oh.
Yeah, and usually you can't do it fast enough to make it operate like it would when you're actually commissioning. So,
Yeah.
you know, take the simulation with a grain of salt. It gets you really close to what the program should be when you're trying to figure things out or, you know, test something before you actually download. But of course, the tried and true is going to be put it in and see how it works.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and that's definitely been my experience, is that when I'm sitting at my desk writing a program, I can only get it so close until I download it into that controller and then watch the system run live. So depending on how everybody's company's set up, the people that write your programs may be in the field with you. You may be that person in the field, or you've got, you know, some guy or gal sitting in your office who writes all this stuff, and then you have to fix it in the field because, well, they're, you know, that's what their job is, to just design stuff, just to program stuff. So having that capability comes in for everybody. So any other kind of questions or any comments?
Not yet in the chat, no.
Okay.
Typically, do you guys take a break when you go long like this? Okay. Okay. It's right about 10:30, so I don't know if you
Yeah.
want to take a couple minute break and.
Yeah. I guess we'll take. It's 10:30. I don't want it to necessarily be like long, but
Yeah,
at
no.
the same time,
5 or so minutes.
yeah. How about we take a 5-minute break, everybody? You know, for the folks at home, I know it's a little bit easier because you're probably just like, I go to the bathroom whenever I want. For us in the room, we're in a little bit different situation because, you know, we're in public.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, if you guys have any questions or things that you want us to hit before the end of this session, please put it in the chat, and then I'll put it on a parking lot or something like that, and we'll get to it as we go down through. You know, again, this all depends on you guys. If you know, we could wrap it up pretty quick, or this could go all afternoon. So
Yeah.
it's what you guys put into it.
So it's 10:32. We'll be back at 10:37. I got 10:37 already. The green lights are on, so I guess it means they're already ready. Nice. We're back on? Good, good, good. Okay. Well, welcome back, everybody. So, we were talking about what we want to some of the things we want to hit on next, and I have it on the screen where it said on the PowerPoint, sensor configuration. Because the way that kind of ties into a CCT is that, well, shoot, it went to extend again. All right, duplicate. All right. Is that if you can do all sorts of fancy stuff to your PID loop, make it do all sorts of things, but if honestly your sensor isn't set up the right way, it doesn't really matter, because and one thing, and it's an easy way to start, is that we'll look at this side loop point. So it has its own physical setup. You know, you're going to have to match that to whatever sensor you have, what the range is, 0 to 5 inches, 0 to 10 inches. If it's a static pressure sensor, is a temperature sensor, and it reads, -40 to 140 degrees Fahrenheit. You know, all that stuff is super important just to get the input to read right. But how it affects the PID loop, if you're using it as a control point, so it's a control process variable, where you start is these two things, filter setup and process ID. Because we already talked about process ID, because that does need to be set up right on that point. Simple side loop I created was to control an airflow station. So it was a duct probe, thermal dispersion sensor, had a damper after it. It was controlling to a airflow set point. I had all these problems with it, and it all came down to I didn't have the process ID set right. So it kept overshooting. Basically, it was hunting, and the only reason it was hunting is because I didn't have the process ID set. So I had set it up on the input. I matched my process ID to what I wanted, which was, airflow. And then I did the same thing in the PID loop. I set the process ID to airflow, and then everything worked right. It was like within 10 minutes after making that change, everything was fine.
Yeah.
Simple as that. So that process ID, like I said, it goes all the way back. So there's some times where maybe you're in an operating room and you're using the standard zone temp configuration process ID for your temperature control. Well, with the high air change rate that you have in an operating room, zone temperature is not really appropriate because of the things like the time constants that we were talking about, that was explained earlier. So you actually would want to change that process ID to be something that's faster. So you go through the list, take a look, find that this is the thing that is closest to it, and change it to that. Does that make sense? You almost sound like you wanted to ask a question or make a comment.
Me?
Yeah. No. Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
And you can also go through like your filter setup as well. So that's another thing that you can pull open and see what's in there. And typically you're going to do process ID, right? That's 99% of the stuff. But certain things you may want to change it for, you can do that. And in the help file, it does go over what each thing does. So that's, if you do think maybe you need to change something, I would refer back to there.
Yep.
But again, typically it's process ID is the only thing that you're going to touch.
Yeah, so when you change filter setup, what it does is it allows you to make some changes down here in this section.
Right.
So process ID, process data, it allows me to change the time constant. Monitoring only, it didn't really make any real significant changes. VAV flow control, it doesn't really, it took away the ability to do time constant. And then there's this one, this is custom. Allows me to change everything, except for the time constant, which is kind of funny. But big thing is never ever, ever put it in custom unless somebody from technical support tells you to do it, and then they tell you all the numbers to put in. Because I made the mistake of putting a pressure sensor into custom because I was making changes, and I left it in custom, and I would run into situations where when the exhaust system would start up, it would not work. I would have to like basically manually adjust the fan speeds to get the system to get to a stable point, and then I could release it. And I kept, I spent days troubleshooting this over and over and over again, trying to figure out what I did, and then I finally looked at the inputs, and I was like, I have that at custom. That's bad. I put it back to process data. I hit apply, and within 5 minutes, the system just worked fine. I didn't have any issues. So custom, I think it does say in the help file, don't change it to custom unless technical support tells you to do it. So I'm going to reiterate, unless technical support tells you to do it, do not put it on custom, because you will be in potential world of hurt of this thing just does not work right. And it can work right for hours and days, and then it gets some kind of weird condition and something happens and it just doesn't work.
So we just got a state table question. Is there a scenario where you would add columns and rows to the state table without using a side loop? If so, what's the best way to do that? Yes, if you're doing some sort of custom program.
Yep.
And again, state tables are the right way. Well, I shouldn't say right way, because you can do it however you'd like, but it's the way that the program is originally written, right? So it's looking at that to determine what state certain modules are in. So yes, you could and you would if you're doing custom applications and things of that sort. Again, you can do it with a side loop and then modify it from there, because it puts everything down for you, which is really nice. But yeah, I mean,
the more and more custom stuff you get, there will be times and sequences you have to make those
for sure
changes. You end up having to just do it manually yourself, because what the side loops give you isn't appropriate for maybe the type of control you're doing, and so you're having to make your own states and pick from your own different things. Right. And I've had to do it a lot enough, because there's always, like Cody said earlier, you get 95% by either using the standard or just doing slight modifications of the standard by manipulating the inputs and the outputs. But then you get to those parts where it's like, this is a truly custom thing I have to add to a program. And laboratories, data centers, chiller plants, these big, more and more complicated air handlers that are starting to occur more and more. It's like, well, you're going to have to put something more custom logic in there. And so you do that. But what we're talking about made me think about custom modules. So hopefully everybody knows that you can, if you make a custom module, you make a modification in one program, you can save that and in turn bring that into another program. You don't have to recreate everything. Hopefully everybody knows this. If not, it's very easy to do. You right-click on the module that you modified or built from scratch, and it just says export module. It saves it to a directory on your machine that has all these custom modules in there.
Yeah, and that's going to be on to actually get to those. Let me go to C drive. So
Yeah.
it's C drive, program data, and if you don't see program data, you have to actually view in the top screen and click hidden items in order to actually show hidden items.
Yep.
And then from there, JCI or
Program data. Is it JCI or no, it's Johnson Controls.
Johnson Controls. Yep. Metasys 3, CCT, and then there's a.
It's under UI and then custom control
Yes.
modules.
Yep.
That's kind of a long and convoluted path, but it is there. The only, I would say the only real important reason you need to actually know this is that when you move from one laptop to another,
Correct.
because you're going to want to save everything
Yeah.
that you did create custom into a folder you can bring to your new computer.
Yeah, and you can find that file structure easily by when you're going to save. You can hit the drop down and it tells you exactly where it is.
Yeah,
right?
you can get to it back through here. But as you can see, I have, what is this? This 248 custom modules that I've accumulated over the past 14 years. Some, probably more than half of them are things I created personally, just custom programs. Other things I've gotten from coworkers over the years of that it was that, well, I'm the guy in the field, that he's the guy who's writing the program. Well, I'm going to save that for a later use. And some of this stuff, I mean, goes back to, some of these modules go back to 2010. That's when it was created for a project. And some of it I've reused over and over again because, like I said, worked in several laboratories. Well, if you know anything about laboratories, it's like, oh, they're complicated and they're scary. Well, when you read the sequences, laboratory A is like laboratory B, which is like laboratory C, which is like D. And almost every engineer just does like a slight modifications, copy and paste from building to building. Well, you just go back to something more simple, and a office building. Well, you've done enough office buildings, you know that office A and B and C and D and E from each different engineer, they're all basically the same. So you just start to accumulate a big gigantic list of these custom modules because you're going to find something that you wrote, somebody else wrote somewhere along the way that's going to meet your needs. So I will definitely make a recommendation for everybody here is that as a company, as an engineering group, you guys should have some kind of shared folder so that you can put all this stuff, all these programs, all these templates for your JACEs, for your controllers. I mean, like I said, regardless, again, that's a generalized thing of backup, backup, backup. Well, where should the backups go? On your computer, and then eventually you should go on some server that your company runs. Well, that should apply to every custom module, every custom template for every kind of controller you use, every kind of supervisor you use, all the graphics you develop, they should go on someplace so that when you leave the company because you're retired, the next guy that's picking up, those customers can go back and find that. So that it doesn't just disappear into the ether and it's like, we're gonna have to do all this work to recreate something because, Joe Bob left.
Yeah. Or his computer crashed or whatever it may be.
Yeah. And hopefully, I mean, that's one big thing that within JCI, our computers are all linked back to Microsoft. So we've got OneDrive access. Well, should periodically, we should periodically be making our backups, putting files in our OneDrive so that they can be synchronized so that, like if Cody said, our computer crashes, we can have a backup of it.
Yeah. So for instance, I don't have anything saved to my laptop that's not synced to OneDrive automatically because I've had 2 computers crash in the last 11 years. You know, if you use a computer heavily every single day, like all of us do, that's something that you need to do because you will learn the hard way.
Yeah, I think I'm on my 5th or 6th laptop since I started working for Johnson Controls.
Yep.
And I've carried, like I said, certain files with me that entire time from laptop to laptop, because we didn't have OneDrive until, I don't know, 5-7 years ago, something like that. So, like I said, that's a backup, have a repository. 2 big things is just a generalized tip everybody should have. And if you're not doing it, you don't know where yours is, ask the folks in your company, ask your managers. And if you don't have it, build a plan to have it, because it's too important for your intellectual property to just get thrown in the trash because that computer died.
And I think most of the people that we work with, they're using Outlook, which has, you know, OneDrive and that sort of thing. So I think most of the stuff you can sync there and or, you know, somewhere else. The company is going to have something like that, right? No matter who you work for.
Yep. So hopefully that at least prompted some thoughts for folks, if they don't know this, to go find it out.
Yeah.
But those custom modules, like I said, you know, something you did 5 years ago will make the program you're writing, go from a 3 or 4 hour exercise into something that's going to take you, and you know, build the standard program plus 30 minutes to add these custom modules into it by adding the state table entries and everything, and then making all your connections, and then boom, you just save yourself a huge amount of work. Because it's like, oh yeah, I did that 5 years ago. I did that 10 years ago. We did that on this project, and I kept all those programs. So I just need to go find that error handler, extract that one module, and put it in my new program. So it's like I said, they save you a lot of time. Like I said, I've got a lot of them, but I know there's, you know, that's just the projects I've worked on. There's literally probably tens of thousands of custom modules that, between every CCT user that's ever done it. I mean, imagine, even Scott, you've been out of the field for more than 5 years, what, 7 or 8 at this point? You probably still have plenty of stuff from all the years that you worked. So hopefully everybody will do that. Sorry to keep stressing it, but it is super important. Just like backing up is super important.
Yep, for sure.
Any new additions on there?
No,
Okay.
not yet.
Can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
So let's just say, I know it's not good to add custom stuff. Try to do everything, especially for me. I try to do everything through the question and answer, tweak this, tweak that, side loops, that's great. But if I'm forced to make some sort of, I have to write some sort of output control for something.
Yeah.
I see the state tables and they confuse the hell out of me, right? I'm trying to get better at them. But when I make an output control, let's just say I want to control a fan. Is there 2 different activities like that comes with like a state? Like I'll make the output control, but when I look at the state table, I don't understand how to choose like what that module should be doing and what state. Like there's one of those, I don't know if it's a hybrid activity or an activity. Does one come with the state table block built into the logic where you could?
So activities, so I think there is a yes. So activities will look like this, where it's just everything's on one screen. Your hybrid activities are the ones that have this. So probably from most outputs, having a hybrid activity as your place to start is the best idea. Because the main things it's going to do is, your mode is the thing that you command to make it go into one of these states. But you usually do some kind of error, some kind of checking, where when most of them you look at, they've got some kind of command hierarchy, because there's always going to be something that you want to take precedence over something else to command it before it can go into some other type of state beyond that. But it's, but where you figure that out is, we're here, it's this display text, states text. So one nice thing that they added over the years is like, well, if you just do the little drop down, there's an insanely long list of stuff. Well, they added this little hourglass, and it's, as it says, an enum finder. So you you go through your sequence, you're saying like, okay, well this is the way it's supposed to control. You know, it's like, it can be off. I'm gonna have some kind of PID loop control. I think I'm gonna have some kind of a just constant control, and I'm gonna have something else. So you can start to look through these lists of, well, AHU cooling valve output. It's got off, max, limited max, you know, it's all this stuff. There's like tons of things. But maybe I'm just gonna do, I want auto, off and on. Well, there's this one, auto, off and on. Hand off auto. So you can actually search for just some of the ideas of like, what, you know, how do I want to describe the way this control is going to work? So there's a lot of things that are in here where it's easier to find them this way by searching. Unfortunately, because I'm not on the internet, I can't open it, but there is a specific document that is like, I don't know, 1,000 pages long, that is every single enumeration that is in CCT. So it's if I go back to, it's everything that you see in this list plus everything else that could exist. So there's a lot to it, and yes, it does get a little tricky to find, what do I actually want to do this when I'm doing it 100% custom. I'm just starting from scratch, and it's like, I want to figure out what I'm going to do. And it does really depend on the sequence, like what you're trying to accomplish, of how many states that you're going to be able, you want your block to be able to go through. Is it, like I said, is it off? There's always going to be some kind of thing of, there's an off and then it's on. Well, are there alarm conditions you have to take into account for? You know, and whatnot. So yes, it can get overwhelming, but that's where the search function allows you to start searching for some keywords to say, like, I want it to operate like this, or I want it to operate like that. And sometimes it's honestly just looking through the list and reading and just saying, how do I want it to work? I have gotten to the point where many times where honestly all I do is this. I don't even describe it. I just look for state. I just do this. It's like, all right, I've got 4 states. I don't know what I want to call them or anything like that, because there's no real like generic name. And so it's state 0, 1, 2, and 3. And when I've done that before, I'm just gonna, I know this is gonna mess it up. Yeah, whatever. What I'll do is, sorry if it ever finishes doing what it's doing. Oh, I probably can't do that actually, but I would, I can, let me find one here. I would basically just put a text block that describes what's going on. That's what I've done. I'm trying to find where I did this most recently. My computer's double clicking a bunch, so it's I'm adding 3 of the same module, but oh, Of course, that's not one of the ones where I actually put in the text block, which explained it. But regardless, it's, yeah. Adding the text blocks helps if you just, like I said, go to just, it can be in 4 states, it can be in 3 states, it can be in 3 states, and whatever that is, and just making the descriptor in there, because maybe there isn't something that really applies when it comes to the words. But you might be able to find something. So there's a lot of, you can do it as you want, if you find it or not. And so you found that it's state 0 through 4. Well, when I go into my state table, I hit edit, and am I adding in the state generation part of it, or am I doing it in the outputs? Well, okay, it's the output. I guess, where do I go now? I've already got one. I can change it. I can make it something else. All sorts of stuff. And then you just go back down that list of, what do I want to do? If it's the air handler's off, what is this block going to do? Is it going to be off? Is it going to be in some kind of alarm condition, or something like that? So hopefully that kind of answers your question. Like I said, it's a lot of anything to do with programming definitely is the way you think versus the way somebody else thinks, so that the more you can document what you're doing to explain it to somebody else after the fact is going to be important. I know that I will say that I preach that a lot more than I practiced it when I was in the field, because I most of the time was on a job where I did all the complicated work and I only had technicians to do all the terminal units. And so I was the only person ever looking at those air handlers. And I didn't think long-term enough to think about service folks that are going to come back and have to warranty that building and potentially make changes. So I didn't document things enough myself in the past. I've been getting better at it, because it is a habit. You got to change your habits to be able to do the documentation.
Yeah. So there's a couple of questions here. One of them is, can you review the best practice on the wire sheet when adding or modifying? So I think they mean the logic. I'm going to bring that up.
Okay. Do we just want to start with anything, or?
Yeah, I mean, anything
Blank.
should be fine.
Do we want to start with a hybrid activity?
I mean, hybrid activity, you have this, it's the same idea as an activity, right? So
Yep. We'll just start blank screen and kind of start from there.
yeah.
And we'll see if even what Cody and I think of is best practices completely in line, because like I said, everybody's going to have their own kind of ideas about programming, because it's what makes sense to you doesn't always make sense to somebody else, and you can always improve upon it.
Yeah.
So, we've got a hybrid activity. This is just a 2-state one. I'm going to change it just to something that's got more, just so that we can have it. Just to do something slightly different with it. All right, valve out. Okay. One easy thing, so we have all this states. Well, whenever you bring in any block, whatever it is, and we're going to bring in math functions, absolute value. One thing that I've definitely found that can be very helpful is this thing. When you right click on it, you get view, expose ports for connection, clone ports, rename, all this other stuff. So view allows you to go to the details. Expose ports for connection. Sometimes these blocks actually have things that can set up, but they're not exposed for you to connect anything to it. Off the top of my head, I'm trying to think of what one actually has a bunch more stuff in it that might be. I'm not going to do that because it wants me to answer all sorts of questions. I think maybe statistics has a bunch. Yeah. So there's, as you can see, like here in the statistics block, there's trimming, trim percent, minimum trim count. I'm not going to tell you I know there's mean because you need to read the help file and get an idea of what you'd be exposing out. But it just, there's other things that are in there. You can remove things as you're going through. But this thing that says clone ports, I think might be along the lines of what the question is looking for. Because when I do this, mode, there, select all, what this is going to do is it's actually going to create those 3 inputs in the correct states, in the right units. So if it's an AV, a BV, an MV, it's going to have the right state that matches whatever it is it's connected to, and it automatically does the connection right off the bat. So in this one, I didn't allow me to send it to anything because whatever reason, some of them you can't do that. Most of them you can typically. Like here, clone ports, you know, like I said, it just kind of depends on whether or not it's going to give you just your inputs or your inputs and your outputs. But that clone port saves tons of time right there when you're building these modules back and forth.
Yeah, the thing to know here with these hybrid activities is, again, when you're clicking on the top, so that's what's going to change what mode it's in. When you click out of there, the things that you put down minus the inputs and or outputs are going to disappear. So that's one of the things that I typically do is put all of my inputs and outputs that I think I'm going to need, and then I go from there and start doing logic and making sure that I have, and again, typically it's like a command hierarchy block that's there instead of a mux, but again, same idea. You can do pretty much the same thing with that, and then determine what state the activity is going to be in. And again, a regular activity isn't going to have the hybrid block there where you can go through what the different modes are. It's just going to have one mode, right? And then you can choose from there what is going to happen in that block. So typically, you're going to do a hybrid activity because there's more than one state, and you don't want that PID running all the time, right? So when you're not in that mode, that PID isn't running. It's not auto-tuning. It's not doing anything. So if you're doing PID things, which most of the time you are when you're doing a control block, right? So, but yeah, all of the points have to match in order to be able to tie things together. If they don't, there could be a Boolean to enum block that comes in, or enum to Boolean, or whatever it may be. But typically, this is what you would do. You'd match everything up.
Yep.
So, let's say that's another bit of logic that I wanted to run alongside some logic, other output modules that are running. I added this one to control something. So I have the state table over there, and I wanted to, like, the other modes that the controller could be in water flush or, max or whatever. Is there a mode? There's somewhere where I have to kind of link the mode, make a connection between the mode that the program's running on at that current time to that logic, to that hybrid activity, so it knows what mode it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So.
I'm trying to remember. So I go to connections. So when we're in connections, whatever block you're on, that's what it's looking at.
Yeah.
It's like, oh man, I got all this stuff. Okay, boom, boom, boom. But what you're looking for is, well, I want this, show state selector. So this is where, this is the connection block for the state table of, well, this is in that state generations part in the middle. It connects to this entry in the state table, and then from the output of the state table, it connects over to the different blocks. So I have one, I don't know if I changed enough stuff where it doesn't connect to anything, but
Yeah.
that would be where I would connect it. So it's, when you're looking at connections, it's show state selector. And that will get you to how you actually connect things into and out of the state table.
Yep.
And that's part of why the side loops can be handy, is because it creates a bunch of that stuff already for you, so that you have less work to have to do. There's still work you're going to have to do to make sure everything is right, and you want to put it in the right order when you have the state table, because, well, if something's needs to go into water flush, what does this other, side loop actually need to do? Does it need to change, or does it just keep doing whatever it's doing? Because that's what, when we are editing, the asterisks mean do nothing, basically. And it just like this entry, it's like go down to the next entry,
Yeah.
go down to the next one, go down to the next one, go down to the next one, and then make its choice as it goes through.
And so most of the time when you look at a state table, the top is going to have the most asterisks, and then the bottom is going to have the least asterisks. So,
Yeah. Okay. Uh-oh, something just got hit on the screen. Uh-oh. I don't know. I tried to pay. Sorry. Sorry, we're looking at lunch for everybody who's online.
I'm not sure who asked that question. Jim Gregory. I don't know if that answers your question about how to, add and modify and things of that sort. If it doesn't, please, clarifying question. So there's Tyler on here asks for VVT for a packaged rooftop. So he says, to clarify, VVT question, if you have created a program and best practices advice for better control of the unit, I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah.
Not exactly sure what, I don't know if there's some more clarification. Then he also asked for VAV dampers hunting when there's a minimum flow is low. So that's a common issue, right? So that's more of on the VAV's flow station, if you will. That's really where that is. They're designed for a certain amount of flow to go through them. So sometimes, you'll get a little bit of turbulence here or there, and it'll fluctuate and bounce all around. It's kind of just the hardware, if you will, and not really the software. So either get a different ring, because you can put different low velocity rings in there, and they do control a little bit better, or figure out what the minimum flow needs to be in order to control, and then control off of that. Because sometimes it's, let's say they want to do 20 CFM on a VAV box, and it doesn't control quite right, but 25 CFM controls just fine. So there's certain things like that, and the balancer can say, yeah, we couldn't get it to control to this because the equipment's too big and it won't do that. So, so there's how to manipulate the VVT program is basically what it is.
VVT. Cancel. Okay.
Variable VAV or variable volume terminal.
Let's see.
Yeah, it says VVT for packaged rooftop is what it was. So there's, I would assume, VAVs underneath, and it's also a variable rooftop.
Yeah, the package units definitely start to be more difficult because you, depending on the manufacturer, you may know or may have absolutely no idea what any of the points are under that thing and what they actually do first. So the unit may not even work right or be set up right to do what you're trying to do with package units, that's just a generalized hazard.
So yeah, there's some clarifying stuff here. So VVT, just zone dampers, pressure dependent.
Oh, so that's like a changeover bypass type system.
I would assume, yeah.
A lot of people like trying to do this with FX instead of Verisys. And there's been some VVT type programs out there floating around, like I think Greg Wilmer made back in the day.
Yeah.
Some people edited the way that he did it and stuff like that. So I think that's what you're probably asking.
Okay, getting some feedback from the audience on kind of what I guess I'd say the reason why I don't know is because I don't know. I've never actually encountered that kind of a system. That
There's not a selection in this.
Yeah.
For VVT.
Right.
yeah, that definitely would be something that you'd have to really customize.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, in Verisys, it does have like VVTs, you know, so that's really where that would come in handy to know how that operates to then go from there.
Yeah, so he's got a copy of the Greg Wilmer one.
Okay.
There's videos of it, he has videos too all over it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say on that one, I'm definitely not a real good source of any real information because even from the mechanical side, I have never seen one of those put in a building to know what it actually looks like. Like just, yeah.
That's what you and all your laboratory stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's more or less like office buildings and things of that sort.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
it's like large.
doctors' offices and banks and
Yeah.
all that stuff, there's a lot of that.
Dock in a
Yeah.
box
Yeah,
is what they call it.
That's where when the Verisys product line did come out, that was the first time I ever heard of changeover bypass, and I was like, I don't know what this means, and I know at least one of the teammates we have, Wayne, Chrissy. I know Wayne gave me a somewhat of an explanation that I was able to retain, but honestly, it was not something I was like, why don't you just use VAVs? Because they're pretty cheap, but I don't know.
You're basically controlling to the temperature in the space is what you're doing.
Yeah.
Regardless of airflow.
Right. Yeah, and it did. Yeah, we don't have something like that, but
That's why when we
Oh.
used to sell in Gen 3, we had a VAV controller you could get without the pressure controls. Now we just have the CDNs with.
Yeah, that's where there were a lot of models to do different cases with no damper actuator, with a damper actuator, with a pressure sensor, without a pressure sensor. Then there's still the smart valve, which is a Gen 3 controller attached to one of our VG1000 ball valves, which kind of the idea behind that was supposed to be for chill beams, but I know some people have used it in different parts of North America, but it really was not been a very big seller, which is the reason why there's no Gen 4 equivalent to it, because it just wasn't used very often at all.
yeah, that's one of the reasons why we wouldn't have like a VVT program is just because that's really the sticking point for Verisys, right? That's really where that comes in handy. But
Yep.
again, when you're, trying to do this with FX, then it's going to be a little bit tougher. But it sounds like in the chat here, there's a couple of programs floating around. So
Wilmer's applications, I've had many people use that.
Yeah.
yeah, so there's a Joey on here. He said that there's a custom VVT program for a 2 heat, 2 cool with 6 pressure independent VAVs and a bypass damper. And then he says also the JCI Wireless works pretty well. So, it's just something that you would have to, you're either going to have to manipulate somebody else's or you're going to have to build your own. And I really don't have, I think I've only done one bypass damper with a VVT system, and that was it was dock in a box is really what it was. It was probably smaller than this room here, so I have very little experience on that as well.
Yeah, we've
So.
got that up on our DB Tech Center site along with the videos that went with it. for
Okay.
the, like this.
Okay, so it sounds like Brody has some stuff on their site that you can find. So let's see.
Some more comments coming in. I'll leave it.
Yeah, so one person, Sean says, seems I may be missing some accessory files. So file new field device window is blank except for unknown. Yeah, you want to go to file new and
So he said this is actually blank all through here. Is what he
field
sounds like he's
device-
saying.
No, he says field device window.
Oh, he may not have the
Yeah, it
the
sounds
field
like he doesn't
controller
have
packages actually installed.
Yeah.
So the field controller packages are part of your tool bundle, and then the mechanism how you get that tool bundle is, I'm not going to say that I know for everybody, it can be different on how that gets put on your machine, but there is a particular set of files that are for that in order to have all the different hardware pieces. And that,
Yeah, when they go to the bundle site,
Yeah.
I get notified and I pull the keys in and send an email out with directions and all the links to
Yep.
our Dropbox account to pull in those
Okay.
files.
so yeah, sounds like they've got a different a mechanism through Dropbox to get that to you guys whenever anything's ordered. So the other part is that, well, you get the software, you have to apply your license. So you may even have something installed, but it may not be licensed, and that's where this program called Software Manager comes in. So just kind of a general practice to kind of go through if you run into different issues, is to make sure that you've got all this stuff put in. So I've got lots and lots of different pieces of software licensed on my machine. But whenever you add a license, you either do it online with a product key, which means you're on the internet, or you can do it offline with a license activation file. So when it's the key, it's just like a 20-digit, 24-digit, something like that.
Something like that,
Just a long string of numbers and characters. To do the product key. You can actually do multiple ones at once. I'm not on the internet, so when you hit online with a product key, you hit paste, and then there's a plus sign. You hit plus, you put another one in, hit plus, and another one, and it can license all the software. With the offline license activation, I don't think you can do more than one at a time, from what I remember. But like I said, I'm not online. I don't have an example of actually how to do it right offhand. But
Yeah, there's a couple things that just yeah, he said he's using a Grace license, and that's most likely why, right?
Yeah.
Because they do expire.
I'm not even sure how long the Grace licenses last for. Is it 10 days, 30 days, 90 days?
90 days, I believe, is what the standard is, but you can software licensing can change them.
Yeah, I know they've changed even how the Grace licenses work over the years.
Yeah.
So
And then somebody else says, are they license specific? So as long, there's either an FX controller packages or a Metasys controller packages, right? Like those are the only two that you can purchase. With the FX, you would get everything that's FX. So that would be all of your Gen 3 stuff and Gen 4 stuff. So everything should be on there.
yeah, so when you get a version, you are backwards compatible, but you're not forwards compatible, if that makes sense. So whatever thing that you have bought and have installed on your machine, if something new came out after the fact of that version, whether that's a field controller package, CCT, whatever it is, well, it doesn't know about that because it wasn't invented, wasn't added. So that's where staying as current as you can is advisable, but that's, that there's a lot of definitely limitations that may not be able to do that all the time, depending on just when you're online, when you're able to get to the office, when people can order things, when you can apply them, when you can download them. I will say this, that our licensing, the way our license portal works, that's the way it sounds, is that the folks at Brody are really the only ones that deal with our license portal. There is a lot of feedback coming in from a lot of customers across North America to improve the way that site functions.
Yeah.
So I imagine you've made comments and maybe even had an interview with like Babek or something like that. I don't know if had interviews, because that was one thing with some of our new product management. Been trying to do interviews with different customers to kind of get some of the pain points about that, because they don't have any. Some of the guys have no history with JCI. Like 6 months, been with the company, been a year, so they're trying to understand. It's like, well, this is the product we have, but where do we need to go in the future to meet our customers' needs? And so, like I said, there's been different rounds of interviews here and there with different folks to kind of get more and more information into some of their hands, so that they can start to direct their development teams along with what do our customers want to see, what do they like, what can be improved, what needs to be added.
Yeah. So there will be changes, and there has been changes.
Yeah.
I mean, just recently, Nathaniel and I, for the past probably year, have been working with the license portal guys and trying to figure out how to make it a little easier, because sometimes it is a little convoluted, right? Like, we're not going to lie. It's geared towards licensing one laptop at a time, right? Not 50, 60 plus.
Yep.
And some companies, that's what they have. So it gets a little difficult. But that was one thing that is going to be happening, is they're going to change that. So.
Okay, good deal. What else have we been looking? So things we've been looking at, what we might, I guess the main thing is still just there are any more, as the questions come in, the custom, like I said, custom modules are super important to me. That's where I honestly probably live more of my life in using custom modules and making them, because there's always that kind of edge use case where the standard doesn't quite fit. Because VAV boxes, fan coils, there's not a lot you have to do to modify it for almost anybody's sequence. There is occasionally a crazy engineer out there that has a 15-page VAV box sequence of operations that I've seen that isn't ASHRAE guideline 36. It's just some crazy thing that that guy or gal came up with. Yeah. And then I've seen other ones where all it is like 5 lines on the drawings, and then it's the chart of like the temperature and the damper going up and down, and that's like all there is. And you're like, okay, it means I can make that VAV program to this my standard, and I don't have to do anything fancy.
Yep.
And we talked about state tables, and we talked about the PID loops. We didn't talk about PID loop, like actually what you do to do it, manually do a PID loop. That's, I will say, we didn't actually go into what that looks like.
Yeah.
It is a little more convoluted too. So I'm just going to open up the PID loop. So I'd say my recommendation is if you have to, you want to start manually modifying a PID loop, is start with the process ID to get close to what you want from whatever change it's going to be. I would say personally it's best to let it run through itself and calculate and get to a stable position from the defaults, and then turn it off and either make some modifications, but then turn it off at that point. My computer can stop being lame. I can look at the details. Because there's basically there's two things you have to turn off. It's once it got tuned to whatever it is you want, you do this. It's manual tuning, true. Adaptive tuning, false. Right? It's been a long time since I've actually done this, so I'm trying to remember.
Yeah,
yes.
you have the change in here.
It's in
and then
here.
You also have to do it in the preprocessor.
Yes.
As
okay.
well.
Okay.
There's 3 selections you need to change.
Yeah. Like I said, I've only ever done this one time. Why it was actually a requirement on a project. It was a data center, and was talking with the engineer about things being set up, and somehow it got to the PID loops, and he was like, "What do you mean you didn't know he the guy was really a bit of a jerk at times. So it was like an accusation of like, what do you mean you're doing adaptive tuning? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, I'll turn it off. And so that was the one time I've ever had to do this. So
One that you'll see a lot is when you have a 1/3, 2/3 steam
Yeah.
heat exchanger.
I was just going to say steam heat
Yeah.
exchangers are the time that you let it run for a little bit, if it'll actually work, and then you turn it off and you make sure that it runs in every scenario. So that Jim Gregory just said, do you always turn them off or just not mess with it ever? And again, 99% of the time you don't even touch it. You let prac go unless you have to constantly reset prac because it tunes itself to death, as I like to say. But usually you can just let it go for almost every situation except for steam heat exchangers are always they're just a bear in general, right?
yeah, that document I talked about earlier, that actually like explains Prac Plus. There is a section of it where it talks about systems that are not suitable for Prac Plus.
Yeah.
And one of the things it talks about is redundant systems. What else does it say? I'm pretty sure it talks about steam, oversized equipment.
Yeah, so
So the redundant, and even I will say this, that's what the document says. In my experience, the redundant equipment, I've gotten to work with Prac Plus. I've never, all the problems I've ever had, as I was talking about earlier, were my own fault, like things that I did just stupid in the program. I changed something to a value, it just didn't need to be there, and then I fixed it, and then everything worked fine. So like I said, I've used redundant systems with Prac Plus a bunch, and I mean, those labs are working 10 years down the road, and
yeah.
I've never gotten a call from, some service person, after the fact of like, how do I fix this? Because it just doesn't work anymore. And it's like, well,
Yeah.
it works.
So the 5 things that Prac Plus is, we say it's not suitable for are redundant systems, delay time dominant systems, oversized stage systems, systems controlled with a sequencer, and then non-linear systems. So ideally, nonlinear systems would be a heat exchanger, right? Steam heat exchanger,
Yeah.
because
They ramp up
just,
quick.
just because it's 1/3, 2/3, I mean, you could typically do the 1/3 valve with Prac Plus, but then the 2/3 section, not so much. So what I've had to do is I let 1/3 go and do its own thing, and then I would have to either put some sort of span block or something like that in there to use the 2/3 valve, right? Because for some reason, I mean, there were some instances where I just couldn't get a PID loop to tune at all for a 2/3 valve, because as soon as they open up, they ramp straight up, you know. So just depends. So that would be considered a nonlinear system.
Yeah. And aren't, like, cooling towers would fall a lot of times under that, right? Because
Yeah.
they're more of that time delay type system, because they can take very long time.
Right. So that's, somebody said that here, manually tuning cooling towers, because again, that's, you know, it depends on the cooling tower, but yes, that's a known issue, right?
Yeah. But I mean, like you said, known issue, but I mean, in some ways you almost get to the point where it's like as much as a central plant is the same as another central plant, they're all different
Yeah.
from each other, just in the inherent, like, piping designs and the capacities, because that gets to, like I said, about even laboratories are, you know, the same way, where they're basically the same sequences over and over and over again, but they all have their own little inherent changes from the total building
Yeah.
or the total plant design.
Yeah, there's always little nuances and stuff like that. I mean, it's, you know, working in hospitals, pharmacies, so, you know, USP 800 stuff, they're all a little bit different, right? Some rooms are going to be bigger and smaller, and things operate differently, and so stuff like that it's the same but different, right?
Yep. I know one thing you were mentioning earlier was about display configuration.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it seems like, I know a lot of people understand the display, but some people don't. And there's easy ways to set it up, and then hard ways to set it up, right? So, for instance, here, I typically do the autofill section, and that'll fill out your inputs, outputs, parameters, and then from there, if you want something on like an idle screen, you would copy and paste it. Some people try to click and drag, and that it takes it out of that inputs and outputs and puts it up into the idle page. So you don't really want to do that. So you would copy it. Another thing that people don't quite understand is the checkbox doesn't mean that you can control it. It means that you can't control it, right? So there's certain things that you don't want to be able to override from there. The nice thing is that if you do override something, it does show up on the front end, right? Because it's a Bacnet override. So that is a nice feature there, right? And then, of course, you have all of the timeouts and things like that on the right-hand side that typically people don't touch. But there are some instances where certain facilities, engineers and things, they want it to do a certain thing, and they want passwords and so on and so forth, so that there's only a certain amount of people that actually can go up to it and touch it. Because the problem with that is you don't know who overrode something, right? It could be their brand new tech that has no idea, they're just trying to get something running, which, you know, they have to do what they have to do, but yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but I was just on the job that I did a couple weeks ago, and I had a CGM display. And when I was there finishing the job up, I would go to display, change set points, to adjust on certain things. It would work, and get a green check mark on the display. Came back like a week or two later to do training, and every time I hit a set point in the customer, it would say command failure. Couldn't understand why. So, man, this was working for me. Spent some time trying to figure out if it had to do with like password or anything like that. But at the end of the day, all I did was reboot the controller, tried it again, and it worked.
Yeah.
I just kind of chalked it up as something. Told the customer I wanted to come back to complete training. So I went back 4 days later. Same thing. I said, it's fixed now. I just had to reboot it. I'm sorry about, had a brand new controller. I said, it just happened, I guess. He goes up and tries to adjust something, command failure. Again, so I rebooted again. Have you had any complaints about new CGM displays having problems like that?
I haven't heard of it, but I can look on our.
I think that's what this field controller package that was released this morning, I think that's part of what that actually was addressing, was that they were finding that there were some inconsistencies with the way it worked previously to the way it was working with new controllers. And I don't remember if that was a difference between the external, like the DLK loose display, or the one that has actually inbuilt in the controller. But I think if you look even at that flash sheet, Cody, I think that's part of what it was addressing, because I remember hearing something about that with some of the calls that I'm a part of, but not personally being told by any customer. I've not heard that directly, but like I said, I've heard something similar through the defect calls.
What is the 11 point? Okay.
Yeah, like I said, it was an email that just came out this morning, like for almost first thing. So
All right, thanks.
I copied a bunch of stuff over there. But one thing he was talking about, the idle page. Usually, when it comes to the idle page, depending on the system, I personally will put how do you turn it on and off, and then the main things it's controlling: air handler, fan, static pressure, just the coils, if it's and the temperatures. Just so you can see it, may not be able to control it directly from the idle screen. I mean, that's if you put a password on it, but just so you're looking at it, if I'm looking at this chiller plant or this air handler, I walk up to it, I want to see, scrolling past on that screen that it's on, it's running at set point, and we're good. I just, because I'm thinking I'm not going to use this as a field person. It's going to be my operators who I'm turning this facility over to. If they can just walk up to it and see it's doing what it's supposed to do, the discharge air temp set point is 55, it's at 54.9 degrees Fahrenheit, they don't have to worry about anything. They can just check box, go on to the next thing, whatever that is. So the idle page can be useful when you do that. You can change the order of things, which is nice. You can, like I said, you can even customize. You can create additional pages.
Whatever you do here also shows up when you're in the map tool.
Yeah, in the map tool or the CWA.
When that comes out, it's the exact same way.
Yep. Yeah. So that makes it. There was a time where it was super important, because if you didn't create the display, you didn't have any data in the map tool until you did some fancy stuff in the background.
Yeah. Yeah, so that flash sheet does go over some display issues, saying that basically they lock up and become unresponsive, but I would assume that is part of it, because you're going to be able to scroll through, but then you're not going to be able to do anything. So I would assume something like that would fix it. That would be something to try, right?
But one of the other points that gets to is that needs to be reported through technical support, which I guess the basic mechanism is that you report that to you, and then from there it goes up to technical support. Because I know, being in the field, dealing with any kind of tech support, regardless of who it is, it becomes a pain in the butt. It's not, because you got time you have to spend getting everything turned on, everything going, making sure the install's working, dealing with all the other contractors, and it's like, I don't want to spend X amount of time on the phone with somebody dealing with it. So we'll say that as that goes, if it is something you can work around, but it's a problem, write an email so that it can be transmitted and still dealt with. Because anything found in the field, the only way it ever gets fixed by our developers or any developers is if it gets reported to them. And people, and I personally experienced this with one of our field controllers, had an actual electrical design problem. People worked around it in the field, but never reported it. It was never reported. So that the Milwaukee engineering didn't know that it was a problem. The project I was working on, we reported it. And they're like, oh, I mean, it took a lot of tests, took video, did all this stuff to show them that it was a problem, and then they went and investigated, and it was like, oh, yeah, we designed the circuit, basically the circuit board was designed wrong, and two of the contacts were flipped. So in the old Gen 3 controllers, they had the external and internally sourced power you could do on the triacs. We used internally sourced power on the small. We were using Metasys controllers, but it'd be I guess a PXG1611 would be the FX version of it. And then there was a -0 and then there was a -1. Well, we caused the -1 because we exposed the problem. Because it caused, every time we basically kicked the relay, it reset our controller because it would backfeed power the way it was actually wired to the fan powered box. Like I said, we'd asked around, they're like, oh yeah, we know that. You just use another relay. It's like, well, we don't have another relay because we have a box that's like, this big and the controller fits in it and that's it. So if you don't, like I said, you don't report an issue, it never will ever be known by anybody. So please report issues.
Yes.
And enhancements, because that's important too, because I know it may be more work along the way for everybody, but if there can be an improvement made that can save you 5 minutes every project, well, that can affect everybody. By adding some feature, adding some little, flag somewhere, and that's regardless of, like I said, regardless of the product, if it's Johnson Controls or Honeywell, I mean, send it up to whoever is in charge so that everybody can make their product better. So that's another one of those soapboxes I get on.
Yeah. Yeah, so the other thing to go over this, right, the display thing, is that you can import and export. And that's a nice feature. If you have multiple air handlers or something like that, you can import and export. It makes it a lot easier to do this instead of recreating it every time. I mean, if it saves you a couple of minutes, that becomes a big deal at the end of a job, right?
Yep.
So, but yeah, besides that, that's really the big thing. Is a lot of people just don't know the check mark means that you cannot override it or adjust it or anything, but
Or view it?
you can view it.
So
The check
if
mark
I did
means
one-
you can view it, but you can't adjust it.
So is there anything I can do if I don't find all them points that are available necessary for the customer? There's no way I can keep them off the display?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could take them out of you could literally take them out of the idle page or the inputs and outputs, just delete them, and then they don't show up.
Yep.
So,
Because when I hit auto, it filled in, basically. It didn't put anything in idle. It put all your physical inputs, outputs, and the inputs, outputs page, and then when it says parameters, that's everything that's Bacnet exposed points. It puts it in there. But one thing that, as you can kind of see, is on the left-hand side is like, well, I can add other stuff if I really wanted to.
yeah.
Where I can even go into like, we'll look at this one. Proportional outside air damper control. This isn't a, I mean, I'm pretty sure, it's not like a Bacnet exposed point, but I could actually even add it into the display if I really wanted to. Why you'd want to do it, I mean, who knows? There may be use cases for it that you want to be able to adjust something with a display that you don't want somebody to normally be able to adjust when they're looking at the graphics or the points list. But, so there's definitely a lot of things you can do with it that go beyond even the way most people use it.
Yeah.
Most of the time, I mean, personally, whenever I use a display, I just hit auto and walk away.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what most people do, but
typically, there's some instances, right, where the customer wants folders and things of that sort, and they want everything organized, and you can do that. You can add folders, and you can customize pretty much anything you want on here.
yeah.
And of course, it's all text-based. With the new displays and the new Gen 4 controllers, you don't even have to have a trend. It'll just automatically start trending as you pull up that point, right?
Yeah.
Which is really nice.
Yeah.
So you can do some troubleshooting without having trends or doing anything, pulling it up on your computer and having a trend there, right? So again, some nice troubleshooting points. So if you don't have a DLK in your bag, it's nice to carry around with you if you are troubleshooting a lot.
Yeah,
So-
and that customization is part of where we have a newer product, which is the CE360. So it's for critical environments display, and the basic idea of it is that you would take a FX controller, say you're in a hospital and you're like in an isolation room. Well, most of the time you've got to put in a room pressure monitor. Well, if you have a VAV box in there, it's actually a lot cheaper if you could just put a display and a pressure sensor than it is to actually have to buy another room pressure monitor, which is like $1,000 or more, depending on what brand you're getting. I mean, we have our JCI room pressure monitors. You've got Cetra, you've got CRC. Who else?
TSI.
TSI. Those are probably the main vendors. But that's another device. So that's now another device on your trunk. You got to wire it to something. It can either be Bacnet. It could be just reading it in as an analog sensor. But with the CE360, you actually use the display functionality, the customization, and you set it up in CCT, and then you just map everything together, and you put that little pressure sensor that is, $200 pressure sensor and it's a couple $100 display together, and you have basically a room pressure monitor for half the cost. So it presents an option, may not be what the customer wants or what they're used to, depending on the particular kind of building, because it may be that it's like an existing building and we have Cetra room pressure monitors. So you got to buy Cetra room pressure monitors.
Yeah.
So, like I said, it just presents a decent opportunity as a different kind of thing to do.
Going back to the DLKs, have you heard of any issues with them failing?
The question is about whether or not I've heard about DLKs failing. Actually failing. The only issues, like I said, I know I heard about what we were talking about, that it was something to do with like things just, it kind of, not crashing, but basically it's like background crashing, because it still shows data, but you just can't do anything.
Yeah,
And then the other thing I've heard about was the back plate, or no, it's the front piece, because it's the glued with the arrows and the buttons on it falling off, certain ones where it was like.
The unit down, so so we have a customer in South Carolina that's got a bunch of them on a site, but he thinks it might be because of the environment. It's a tire plant.
Ew.
So I hadn't heard of any issues with them, so he was.
Not,
That
no.
guy, it was like, 10 or 12 or something like that died.
Were they, are they the loose DLK that's mounted on a panel, or is it the one that's actually the OH on the?
Panels, right? Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, like I said, I've not heard anything about them like just failing like that.
Yeah,
I
me
mean,
either.
Yeah, I think he sent them back, and like I said, they're
Doing
evaluating.
a FAR, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then that kind of opens up a thing is if you do have product fail, one of the things whenever you do an RMA on it is to request what's called a FAR, which is a failure analysis report. Because if you just do an RMA, they'll just take it and scrap it and whatever, the stipulation is, they'll do whatever. Between credits, no credits, all that kind of stuff, whatever that is, happens. But if you do a FAR, they'll take it to the next step and actually do a analysis of the circuit board, just try and get an idea of why it failed.
Right.
And that, especially when it starts to get into issues where things they're running, but they're acting really weird, they can pull different logs out of them and things like that too, if it's stuff that you can't get in the field. So that's just one of those tips to do the FARs.
For sure.
Any other questions on the folks online?
Yeah, so about logic. So can you explain the numbers with circles on the logic sheet? So yeah, I mean, we'll pull one up here. I don't really have it.
So like this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that basically, if it's just a single number, that means that the ones are connected together. You're hiding that connection, and you can unhide it as well. So if you click on it and unhide, it'll actually draw the line. If it's connected to more than one point, then it'll show the number and then how many connections.
Yeah.
So
I think if I do,
yeah, I
or
think
no,
that
this
one, either one of those two.
of course, it gets sometimes a little tricky because there are tiny little lines.
So many.
So like you can see, like here, I made that.
Yeah.
This is hidden connection number 1, and it's connected to 2 spots.
Correct.
So
Yep.
the next step with that is you can actually, if you double click on that label, you can actually make a label
Right.
and say, I'm gonna just call this PV for present value.
Yep.
And it changes it so I can see that, hey, PV's in those 2 places. That's the present value is being sent to these 2 blocks.
Right. But the first number is always the connection number or connection label, and then the second number is how many connections that is attached to. So there's 2.
Yeah. So hiding them definitely becomes really handy when things start crossing over on each other.
Yes.
Like you've got like 6 things going one way and 6 things going another way. Like that one, because it's like looping back, like it's coming out, it goes over here, then it comes all the way back around to another part of the logic as basically a last value. That's what it's doing. So that's where hiding them can be very handy. I've definitely used that a lot.
Yes.
So one thing is at least I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be fixed in 1601. So if anybody did use an SNC, the SNC was like one of the only controllers where this didn't really work correctly, and it has a lot to do with the weird part of it being a supervisory device and that emulates a field controller, and so it wasn't interpreting some of the things in CCT correctly, so CCT wouldn't display things correctly. So, like I said, almost nobody uses an SNC, so it's probably not anything anybody needs to worry about, but I ran into the problem and I reported it. And at least I found out it did get fixed, which was nice. Because it was a problem for me, but I'm a use case of one as opposed to the vast majority of our users out there where CVM and CGM sells tens of thousands of them probably every month kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Can you explain the purpose of the last value?
Okay.
Why, I see that a bunch of times there, if you didn't have it, what could happen?
So if you don't have it, it creates what they call a circular dependency,
Yep.
a true last value. And what that means is you can't have logic loop back into itself. So what a last value does is it basically breaks it up and makes it like a transformer, right? So in a transformer, you don't have voltages actually touching. It's electrical, magnetic, blah, blah, blah. So it's the same idea, right? It breaks it up so that you're not writing directly into it, but it still kind of does the same thing.
Yeah,
Right.
At least the way CCT treats last values, it also introduces a slight delay
Yes.
in the program, because that's part of how it actually, because like here in this case, this PID loop is writing to this cooling percent command, and then the cooling percent command is writing this value back around to the startup value. But this executes, then this executes in order to put it over here. So it may be, I don't know, I mean, when you look at it in simulation or in live commissioning, like as it up, CCT has an up, like it pulls. So it's not, you're not looking at live data, you're looking at every 5 seconds.
Right.
It's pulling data. So you don't see the change, but you will see it go where it writes 75.1. The other side says 74.6. And then the next cycle, then they match. So it, like I said, it just puts in a little, even if it's a millisecond delay into it, it's happening there. So like I said, but that's where you get, like you said, the circular dependency thing of you can't write a value to both sides of your argument. You can't calculate something but then also use it as an input. And that's where the last value helps to break it up, because you're not actually, your module isn't calculating something and then using it as an input, because it's writing it to this other block, and that other block is what's actually writing to the other side of the calculation.
Right.
So, I mean, you can do it with, you can even do that. I mean, you can do it with relays too. Like
Yeah.
but use like time delay relays and different things like that to do basically the same thing. And that's at least what I kind of understand the ideas derived from.
Right. Yeah, it makes it so that you're not using the outputs to be inputs and so on and so forth. It does break it up. There is a time delay, like Nathaniel said. If you look at it in simulation or even commissioning, it does the same thing, because it's seconds delayed, right? You're not seeing exactly what's happening right at that given moment in time. It's every so many seconds. So there's another question that basically says how to walk through logic and tracing out logic, because they struggle with trying to trace logic out. And this hiding points does help, especially when you're in commissioning mode. Then you can actually see the values that it's using instead of it being just all jumbled together. So that does help, but it's when you get really complex logic, say like complex air handlers and or chiller plants and stuff like that, it does become convoluted, to say the least. Again, especially when values are being put in there, it gets even more jumbled. So I'm not sure what suggestions I have, but he says he zooms in and out, and especially he says, zooming out to the main logic page. I don't suggest that.
The main logic? No, thank you.
Yeah, you should really look at it if you're doing like a troubleshooting or something. Right, when you're reading logic, you're reading it from left to right, just like a book. But when you're troubleshooting, you should go from right to left, right? Why isn't that supply fan output coming on? Okay, well, let's trace it back. Let's see what it's doing. Let's see what it's not doing, and so on and so forth, right? So you can do show involvement, which is fantastic, right? You don't have to even look at the connections. You can do show involvement and say, oh, well, that's everything that touches it.
Yep.
And then figure out from there what's not coming on or what is coming on to prevent that from coming on.
Yeah. So one nice thing in these modules, the default ones, when you do system selector, it tells you, all right, this block, supply fan, static control, supply fan output state off, return fan alarms, alarm.
Yeah.
So there's 2 reasons why. So that has to do with like parts, things that are it's connected to and what it's calculating and blah, 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 all the way through. But one big part of that is, we saw that, I'm gonna stop commissioning, is that when you create a custom module, you have to fill that in yourself.
Yep.
So that's where this thing, it's a little box. It looks like 2 basically flags on like an input output, and it says select default element. So it's in the top left-hand corner. When I click this, this is what I want to say is my default elements is the output. Basically it's when I just look at the block on that previous screen, when I'm looking at everything, what am I caring about? Supply fan out state, the command. Do I care what the input is? You can change it to a lot of different things so that when you are looking at it or simulating it, you actually see that when you're in this screen.
Right, and that can make troubleshooting much
A lot
easier.
Yeah. So when you create those custom modules, if you don't do anything, it doesn't give it basically gives you something that's unhelpful.
Yeah.
So I always go in and set my default element so that I can figure out, well, why is it being commanded this way?
Yeah. And another tip is, right, so if you're looking at any kind of troubleshooting, how I approach it is I look at what is working and what isn't working, and what isn't working, I take that and I break it in half, right? So either that's the output side or the input side coming in. So I break it in half and I look at this. Okay, everything on this side looks good, so it's got to be on this side. And then I look at that and I break that in half. And I keep breaking things in half mentally, and it's just like troubleshooting a Bacnet trunk. It's the same idea, right? Troubleshooting is you break problems down into smaller bites. So how do you eat an elephant? 1 bite at a time. It's the same idea here. How do you troubleshoot a gigantuan chiller plant program? 1 section at a time. You got to look at 1 point and 1 of this and 1 of that, and then figure out what is working, what isn't working. Okay, when you find out what isn't working, why isn't that working? And then there's more things to dig in and look at and say, well, maybe it's the state tables.
Yeah.
Maybe it's something that, I needed to do this, but the standard program has it doing that, right? So you change 1 little thing in there, and boom, your whole program's done. Like everything starts working like it should. So again, like supply fans and return fans and stuff like that, that's where, my experience with state tables first started was I need both of them to come on at the same time because I'm rotating fans backwards and then they won't start up. They're faulting, they're this, they're that. Well, that becomes really big issues really quickly, especially in hospitals. Okay, that throws off pressures like crazy. So.
Yep. And that's where one of the improvements that has been made over CCT is that it actually will even like tell you now from the state table why is something being commanded into a particular state, because it says right here return fan alarm equals alarm. That's actually the reason why this supply fan is being commanded off.
Right.
Because when we trace it back into the state table, the highest thing that's green is this. Turn off the return fan, turn off the supply fan.
Right.
Because I generated a alarm on the return fan.
Right.
And probably the reason why is because there's no status. When it tried to turn itself on, it timed out and then went into alarm.
Yeah, and it's not going, so wherever it stops in a row, that's where it stops. It's not going to do something else below that because it can't, right? There's only so many things that the state tables can tell the control logic what to do. So if you need something to happen sooner, then you can do that. You can go in and change things and say, no, I need in, let's just call it, let's say it's below the start-stop sequencing, and then it's turning on. Well, no, I need it to come on sooner. I need it to come in on start-stop sequencing. So then it starts to, you start to understand some of the state tables and how you can get it to operate with a sequence of operations, because sometimes the engineers want something to turn on sooner than a typical program. You can do that in the state tables instead of trying to do it with custom logic and all of this other stuff. Again, though, state tables do get very confusing, and you can screw a lot of things up if you don't know what you're looking at. So I always say, save it. If you screw it up, you can go back to that one because you know it worked doing something,
Yeah.
right?
And I definitely will say that troubleshooting was where I learned more about this stuff than any place else, of looking at live programs, because I worked, the first project I worked on had a commissioning agent in the laboratory, and they would fail things and it would turn off and it would be a nightmare. And basically I'd have to sit there and commission a program and why is this not turning on? Why is it slow? Why are these things happening? And that was it. Just was that troubleshooting of just doing that for hours, unfortunately, because it was a big, gigantic, nasty system of 12 stories of a lab of things tied together. And there was a billion things and their sequences that if this fails, everything needs to fail. And that fails, it doesn't need to turn on. It needs to stay in startup mode. And blah, 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 and on and on and on. It was a pain. But there was that troubleshooting part is what honestly forced me to learn how all this stuff works together in the state tables. So it's not this is definitely one of those things where it's not a fast process in order to get yourself to learn versus something else.
Yeah, state tables are definitely something that it takes a lot of time to understand it, and it takes a lot of, like Nathaniel said, troubleshooting, right? That's where you're going to learn everything you need to know about state tables, is when you're trying to troubleshoot something. So.
I just
Yep.
received a general question from a text.
Okay.
The CE360, does it work with CVMs or is it just for critical link control?
So the question was about the CE360, what controller it works with, and at the latest firmware, it does work with all of the controllers. So it, in the very initial factory release, actually maybe it was pre-factory, it only worked with the CCM, which is a specific critical environments controller, and the CGE, I think. And then we did some back and forth with the development team. They built a new firmware, I tested it, and it worked on everything. So it should work on the SNC, CGM, CGE, CVM, CVE, and the CCM. I know that's a lot of acronyms, but basically all of our FX controllers it should work on.
Correct.
As from what I personally had tested, but this was, I don't know, when did it come out? It was over a year ago.
Yeah, about a year and a half or so.
Yeah. So it should, supposed to, at least it did then.
Yeah. As far as I know, it still does.
Because it's those, when you're in a hospital, like I said, a lot of times you have those isolation rooms, and it's like, we have a controller. Why are we going to buy another controller and put it in there?
So there's another question. What is the mail logic page good for?
The what logic?
Mail logic, M-A-I-L, mail.
Huh? I don't even know.
So I think it's... maybe this one, connections.
Honestly, I don't, I'm trying to figure out what is that? Just because that's not a term I honestly recognize within CCT. So,
Oh, main, the main logic.
okay, there was a typo. I was
Yes.
like, mail. I was like, what in
That's
the
what I was
world
trying
is
to-
this person talking about?
So there was some stuff in connections before, but I don't know if they still have it.
So like this view, I personally don't know any reason why you'd ever look at this view.
Yeah,
The only time I've ever actually looked at it and thought it would be somewhat useful is with an engineer that I didn't work with them, but they said they wanted to have a flow charted, like basically all the programs, they want to have a flow chart as part of the as-builts to be turned in. And I told the guy that was doing it, I was like, why are you actually building a flow chart? Just take a picture of that and put it in there and, to give him a nice thank you very much. And that's what I told him to do, but he didn't do that. He was, I guess, a nicer guy than I was, because I would have not stood for that kind of bull crap, because that's stupid. Who cares?
yeah, I would agree.
But
I mean,
I don't
it's kind of goes back to the other question. Yeah, somebody says, so the main overview is essential to see how the logic is connected to each other. It's a visual representation. Do you just mentally figure it out via the connection chart instead? Yes.
yeah,
You look at the connection chart, and then that's how you know what things are connected to what things, right? That's ideally, because looking at the overall logic, it's too convoluted, and there's too many things that go from top to bottom, and that's where the connections come in.
yeah. And one of the things that maybe not a lot of people know in the connections is that, so if you're looking at connection here in the preheat,
Everything is hyperlinked.
yeah, this is a hyperlink. So it will take me to this other block so I can see everything that's connected to it. And it's like, oh, well, it's the discharge air temp. Well, discharge air temp's attached to all that. So that's one nice thing. So
Right.
I do live in the connections and the state table whenever I'm doing troubleshooting.
Yeah, and I'm kind of the same way. So connections, state tables, and then if for some reason the state table and or connections aren't doing what I think it should be doing, then you go into logic.
Yeah.
Right? So that's really, because again, 90 to 95% of the things you can get from the system selection tree, and changing like state tables, you can get even closer, unless you have, again, an engineer I say they're trying to make a name for themselves, right? Because they're trying to do something crazy, but that's far and few between. I think most engineers now are taking standard sequences and or G36 sequences and then manipulating them a bit. So it's really not anything super crazy right now that I've been seeing.
Yeah.
So
I'd say about the same. Well, trying to think what we hit the display thing.
and
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
Actually, I was talking to a buddy of mine that I work with in my department. He's not able to make the training, but said one thing he would like to ask was about sequencer. I don't know how a sequencer works, or I don't know what his questions are, but if you want to cover what that is.
Sure.
A sequencer. Well, I don't know if you have anything you want to start with, but Cody, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new program and at least get a sequencer so we can actually look at it. So the easiest one I would know is,
Yeah.
I'm just going to do a basic chiller plant. I think I don't know if I'm even going to make any other changes. Where's my pumps? It's probably right. I probably don't need to really make anything. I'm just going to hit finish. So we should get at least one or two sequencers out of this.
Yeah. Usually chiller plant, there's a handful.
I can say that my experience with sequencers is very different compared to a lot of other folks. Because I personally have never started up a chiller plant.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because every project I've ever worked on, it was either if it was completely new construction and there was a chiller plant, it was a insanely complicated one, which was like the Exxon plant, because that was actually one of the first implementations of a series counterflow chiller design, and my boss basically did that program, and he's now like he's like a director now within JCI. So Dave is a very smart guy. And then all the other projects I worked on, it was just secondary pumps because it was a new building on an existing campus loop. So, like I said, but where I use sequencers, because I would use them, was in laboratory exhaust, because it's the same idea of a pumping system, because you got multiple fans being staged on and off,
Right.
one after the other. Either you have a minimum running, and maybe add more, or whatnot. So, still the same concepts, are just being used in a very different fashion.
Right. So sequencers for like pump controls that are, and you don't really see it anymore, but this is a simple idea, is that not variable speed pumps, but single speed pumps, right? That's when you would use a true sequencer, right? To sequence, to say, okay, this one is a 500 GPM, this one's 1,000, this one's a 750, this one's a 1,500, and so on and so forth, to make sure that you get the right flow that you need through your primary to, make sure that you're not starving your chillers or whatnot. And again, same thing with anything else. You could even do it on variable speed, because some pumps are larger than others. Anymore, not so much, right? They're just using a VFD and they're ramping it way down because the pump curve allows it to. But if you're coming across an older system, then you're retrofitting, that could definitely come into play. And then there was also questions about MSCs as well, about touching on those.
Yeah.
So once we get through this.
Would it be something, or would that be called stages? Let's say you had DX cool, different stages of cooling, and you turn compressors on.
Yeah. Is
Is that a stage, or would that be worked out in the sequencer as well?
You could do it with either, right? It just depends. Again, there's and it depends who's writing it, because sometimes they like sequencers, sometimes they like to stage it a different way. The good and bad thing, the sequencers, they're great because you can't really change anything inside. You can just change inputs and outputs to it, which is good and bad. So depending on what the sequence of operation is, this could fit the bill, or this may not fit the bill, right? So that's some things that you have to verify and look at. The best thing to do is that help file, again, is go in and see if the sequence of operation that you have will fit that sequencer. And if it won't, because there's different scenarios and things like that in there that are kind of, it's sort of like a flow chart, right? There's some flow chart things that says, okay, well, if this happens, then this happens, and so on. And it all depends on the sequence of operations that you have. Again, sometimes they fit, sometimes they don't. Sometimes you can manipulate these to think it's doing something else to get it to work. So you're not really having to reinvent any type of wheel, right? So sequencers are always a tough thing to explain because they're all a little bit different, and it depends what you have in here, make and break limits, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, and some of that, like you said, having to read through the help file, because that helps like break down what are you actually doing.
Yeah.
in it, because you can change it a lot of different ways to make it work.
Yeah.
And it does get, it just gets to be a lot because there's a lot to it because, well, there's a sequencer.
I'm just looking at your slots up there.
Yeah, and then we also have these like in here. This is one with optimization that has a selector, so it's an even more complicated version of a sequencer.
Yeah, it's
There's
just,
even more variability that you can put into this one.
I like the super things now. So it's super
Yeah.
sequencer.
Do we want to take a lunch break? Because the number of people based on that.
Oh, sure.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah,
What do you? Nobody needs to eat. We answer questions.
that's right.
No, of course we should eat. I know our food just got here, so I don't. How much time do you normally take on, especially with so many people remote?
Depends, I mean, you don't want to go too long where people,
Yeah, we'll just completely leave, and so 30 minutes, I would say. I'd say, I mean, it's basically 12:30 right now. I'd say we come back at 1 o'clock. I would say for the folks online, I mean, definitely think about any more questions. Because I mean, realistically, we can go as long as everybody wants to, but we don't want to take everybody's time just to take everybody's time kind of
Yeah.
a thing. Because,
And the only other thing that when I do something like this, I do go over like into modernization things because I don't know how many people are on service versus installation, right? So that's another big thing that people don't really know, that you can do everything that you can in the program to then not have to touch the front end at all, right? You can manipulate the program to make sure that everything is there. Trends, alarms, all of that stuff is you don't touch. So, so Jim says yes to N2.
okay,
So we have one taker.
so we can talk about that when.
Yeah. So guys, please, if you guys have any questions at all, you know, if you want to look through some stuff, post it in the chat, and then again, we're going to take as much time as you guys need, because this isn't a training for us, it's for you. So
Yeah. So we'll be back at 1 p.m.
yep, 1 o'clock.
Yep. All right.
I'll go, I'll pause. Or mute whichever.
G6.
basically I was gonna send him back a email with the list of what's supported based on these CCT 16 installation documents. If it's in that list, it should just be a matter of them just doing this SQL upgrade, right? I mean, they wanna make sure they don't screw up CCT.
I'm trying to remember. It's been a long time since I've had to upgrade SQL.
Because there really isn't any documentation on that part.
CCT, you should be okay.
Right.
It's when you get into SCT and all these other, like if you're upgrading in like a Metasys server that actually uses SQL, then that's a little bit more difficult. But CCT isn't.
But
bad.
FX servers don't use it.
They're not
Workbench
using
doesn't.
SCT, so-
Right.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
so
so
it
you-
probably should be okay.
You should be fine.
Yeah, as long as they're using a supported version that's listed in the
Correct.
documentation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Are we back online?
No, it's,
Yes,
Okay.
we are.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully, we'll have a wonderful time. Everybody had a great lunch. It was super duper awesome. I don't know. Of course, everybody else is not here, so we have no idea how it worked out for everybody. But I know at least the one thing that was in chat we did want to hit on was the N2 conversion stuff. And hopefully, I didn't see anything else in the chat. I just took a glance at it. That was like the last thing I saw,
Yep.
which I think is what was from before we went to lunch.
Yeah. So just, excuse me. This is my idea of how N2 should work when you're changing out controllers. You already have some sort of like PRN file, or you have a list of points that you know what they are. Like AI1 is, whatever it may be, discharge air temperature, so on and so forth. There's this thing at the bottom of the system selection tree. It's called N2 compatibility options.
So I'm gonna minimize everything else except for that.
Yeah. And what you can do there, if you select this, it's going to give you, it's going to get you very close to what the actual program had, right? So there's either AHU, there's a UNT, or there's a DX9100 changeover. So what that's going to do, each controller line had their own way of points being certain numbers and so on and so forth, right? So just as for instance, UNT. So if we select that, and go to next and go all the way through it, when we go into the hardware, you're going to see that it's already selected for a UNT controller type, right? So if for whatever reason you didn't select that, you can do it after the fact. It's a little bit more complicated, but not by much. It's a couple buttons, right? So once this opens up, I'll show you.
Okay. Where do I go to next?
Go up to Define Hardware. And of course, this is where you put all of your information in, right? So all of your network settings and your device type and all of that stuff. That's what you're going to select.
Just add another XPM
Yep. Yeah.
because I can. Probably need to. Okay.
Yeah, network settings don't really matter for this, but you would set up all that stuff and your point assignments and that sort of thing, right? You would then go to the N2 mapping and you'd hit create. And what that's going to do is it's going to automatically create a UNT file type. So you can edit this and you can change it if you didn't select it in the system selection tree, so don't freak out. But if you don't have the device type selected correctly and you have whatever engine it is, and let's just say you have a vendor device type, because when you first select it and you didn't select it in the system selection tree, that's what it's going to pull. You try to add that, all of the points in the correct order and correct numbers and everything else so that everything matches up to the existing PRN you have. It's still going to be offline. So that's one tip. that you must do, because if not, it's going to bite you every single time. The other thing, when you have that PRN file, you're going to make sure that everything that's added to the front end is the same as in here. So if you look, there's a point address and there's a point type. So the point address and the point type need to match your existing PRN in order for you to be able to seamlessly put this new controller online and the front end to know nothing. So then you don't have to redo trends, alarms, anything. Everything is done for you. Graphics, you name it, it's all in there, you're good. What you also need to do is, you can see there's a whole bunch of red and zeros in there. So you need to edit, and then you can do, or you should do, set max +1. And what that does is it's going to come in here and it's going to look at whatever the highest AO is, BI is, ADF is, all of this stuff, and it's going to add the next one in line and the next one in line and so on and so forth. This may not, and probably will not, match your PRN file. So you have to be very careful and make sure that everything in your PRN file is everything in the controller. Because when you download, that's what it looks at. But then you can also create a PRN or a DDL or whatever it may be to then pull into the front end, right? Because you can use a PRN file to create your point assignments and things on the JACE if you need to. But just things that I've seen over the years that people have done and haven't done, those are the tips and tricks for that. Is everything going to be 100% perfect? Probably not, because there's many more points in a CCT file than there were in a DX or an AHU or a UNT. Right? There was only so many things that were exposed in those files. That's why some of this stuff in here didn't exist, because one, it either wasn't there, or two, it was a different name, and we haven't ported those names together, right? So that's why you have to go in here and look at this stuff and make sure that the points are correct if it's on the actual front end. If there's anything you want to add there.
I am ignorant of N2.
Yeah, so it's
My experience is extremely tiny.
yeah.
And so I've used HVAC Pro and GX9100, and that's about it.
So if you want, you can create the PRN file and then show them what that looks like. And all it is a notepad file, right? It just shows what's in there, what the controller is, and all of that stuff. So you can also use that to pull in your points instead of adding things individually, right? So in a JACE, as long as you're using the JCI station, you can pull that stuff in, and it's pretty seamless, right, for the most part. But this is what it does. It just gives you all of the information that you need. And that's what it looks at, is the analog inputs, outputs, all of that stuff. You get the PRN file, if you want to go back to CCT. Somebody asked, where do you get that? By clicking Create PRN File. And that's in hardware, or define hardware, and then N2 mapping. So all the N2 stuff is in there. And again, device type, point names, or point numbers need to be what's already in there. If not, things are going to show up offline and things of that sort. Or if you put the point number for something else, things may not show up quite right. Right? You'll have an outside air temperature as a zone temperature and so on and so forth, but it'll all be labeled incorrectly in the front end, but labeled correctly here. So
once you do this part, they say, okay, now we're gonna come back and we're gonna retrofit this entire field trunk to Bacnet. Is it really just as you go back to the program and hit remove, and it will get rid of all the N2
that's it. Yep.
configuration?
So when you do the create, what that's going to do is it's going to prompt this controller to flash to N2. So it's going to switch the communication mode, is what we call it. When you go and remove, it's going to do the same thing, but then you can just auto-discover, right? Or take the CAF file and put it into the JACE, or however you guys are doing it. Because I know there's sometimes where you're coming on Metasys sites because it's N2. Well, you could switch that over as long as it's an engine that allows it to go from, you know, N2 to Bacnet or whatever. So you could do something like that if you're on service and doing that thing. So I always bring it up because I don't know your situations.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jim, that's exactly. You have to make sure that the existing controller that's there, you have either the PRN file for that, or you're looking at the front end and matching the point numbers and types and that sort of thing. And then you literally have to do nothing in the front end. Everything's done in your controller, which is much easier than deleting everything out, re-adding everything in, rebinding points, rebinding graphics, and it becomes a lot less convoluted that way. Right.
And it looks like it added a bunch of N2 specific modules.
Yes, yeah, and
into
that's due to the system selection.
Just so they can probably output to the right
Correct.
types and things different ways.
Yep,
N2, because it was different enough.
Yes, they had a lot of different points and a lot of different types of points, and yeah, when you do it in the system selection tree, makes it a lot easier because it puts the stuff there for you. But again, don't freak if you didn't and you already did custom stuff or whatever. You can do it via the N2 mapping stuff. You can make the things there match, right? Because usually there's on N2 they didn't have as many points as this, right? You're only adding a handful of points because there's only a handful of things you can really change in an N2 controller, unless it was a DX and
Then
there was a whole
there's
chiller
still
plant.
a maximum amount of stuff you could put
Correct.
into a DX.
yeah, there was only so many points, and I don't know what, maybe
12 blocks.
12, okay, so 12 blocks, so that's probably 120-ish points or so that you can probably add into the front end. So, I mean, there's been plants that I've gone to that it's multiple DX 9100s, right? Because there's not enough points. So, not enough blocks, not enough this, not enough that.
Yeah.
So, Jim, you could. Sometimes they're not right, though. So the question was, can you suck the program out of another controller and use that PRN? If everything's the same, then yes. So if it's the same VAV box that they downloaded, 1,000 times in the same site, sure, you could you could literally pull it, take the PRN, match everything up in CCT, download, and it should come right online. Oh, never mind, got it, he said. So, if you guys need anything repeated or questions, please chime in now. It's not really difficult, it's complicated, right? You got to make sure everything is correct.
Yeah, because sounds like because you're matching it to an existing database entry, that's where it starts to get tricky because you're trying to minimize ultimately the database work you want to do on that supervisor so that you just, like I said, you do it on the controller and it just shows up and it works on the front end.
Because if you're looking at, let's just call it an air handler. How much time is that going to take you on an air handler to delete everything, re-add everything back in, rebind everything, the graphics? How long do you think that takes typically? Hours, right? It's going to take you hours to do that. Well, I'd rather spend 20 minutes in here to verify everything's right than hours later on. Well, sure. I mean, on a time and material job, yeah, do whatever you want, but that's far and few between, I think, anymore, right? Everything is quoted, and this says using HVAC Pro. Yes. So in order to get the PRN file, you would either use HVAC Pro if you're just swapping like for like and the thing hasn't crashed, or you're looking in whatever supervisory device it is, a Jace, an engine, and you're matching things up because I don't know in a Jace if you can pull the PRN file out, but I know in an engine you cannot. So on an engine, it's a one-way. You put it in and it's done. You can't touch it from there. You can't pull it, you can't do anything. So that's why you're going in and you're actually looking at the hardware points. And you can do that in an engine with like equipment summaries, definitions, things of that sort. You can go in and do that stuff and put the actual points in there and print out a list, right?
I imagine with the... Yes, sir.
Always wondered that.
Yep.
With the Jace, it's the same, unless you
Okay.
have the physical files on the Jace, which you can do.
in the
I was
yeah,
gonna
in
say,
the
I
file
would think that if you
structures.
put the files on the JSON, it'd probably be like it'd be like super easy to probably get them out.
Right. Okay. That's good. I didn't know that. That's good to know.
Yeah, I mean, I was
Um,
kind of thinking that that would be along that way, but just like I said, my N2 experience is almost to the point of being nil to start with. So I'm like, I don't know. It's not a.
So there's another question here. Is there a reason why points get changed in the assigned points list under point assignment when updating a file such as a PCA 2611 or to a PCA 3613? It's just a different controller. So
It's a different. I mean, that's a different controller. You've got a different point type
right.
on there because the 36 it has AIs and UIs? Is that what it is?
Yeah, so that
I'm
was
trying
the
to remember.
FAC
Yeah.
controller type.
FAC and PCA are the same thing. And the
Yep.
the 36, I'm trying to remember. Actually, it's like one of the only JCI controllers that had dedicated AIs. So that definitely would be a big change because then it's only analog, not universal inputs.
Right.
Because on almost all of our controllers are universal inputs and then binary dedicated inputs.
Right. Yeah, so that would be the reason it changed is because each controller had different point types. Now on the new stuff, CGMs, it's not really going to do that, right? Because they're pretty much standard. They're universals and they're binaries.
There's UIs, BIs.
Oh, there's AIs too, isn't there? On
No, they still have outputs where they're binary
that's right,
output,
analog outputs, yeah,
configurable
yeah.
outputs, and then analog outputs.
Right.
They still have that on the output side. That configuration hasn't changed.
yeah.
But they just went with UIs and BIs.
Right, but that's why on those PCAs, that's why they would change different point types. So
Yeah. I mean, I will say this is that the point assignment in CCT is a bit of a pain in the butt.
yes, and
And-
that is a feature that they're trying to update.
Yes.
I don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but I would assume it's going to be similar to like an Excel spreadsheet.
I would hope.
You can copy and paste and move and do things like that, because I think that would be probably the easiest way to do it. I don't know what they're going to do and when they're going to do it, but I know it's on the roadmap.
Yeah.
So just if you have a small controller, like even like this isn't too bad on an air handler, but it's when you get to the really large air handlers, really large chiller plants that you have hundreds of points, that becomes a gigantic pain, right? That's a pain point. So
Yeah. So I guess it might be a good time to at least do a little bit of a segue into what the next set of JCI tools will look at least what we know as a high-level overview, because
right.
neither one of us have really seen it, even like what the total plan is. But at some point in the future, CCT will go away. It will be replaced by a new generation of tools. So just like the controllers changed, the tools are going to change.
Right.
So CCT was, I mean, it's what, 18 years old, I guess, at this point? 2005?
well, so 19, yeah.
19 years old.
Yeah, what software do you know that's been out, just like extended architecture in general,
Yeah.
what software do you know that's been out that long that hasn't really changed a bunch, right? They've done updates and features, but
Yeah, there's been no real significant changes to CCT since it was introduced. Like nothing where it's like fundamentally different. So
right.
at least what the higher plan that I know about is that, like I said, the tool will evolve. Part of it will be that instead of the way we access it, where I open up an icon that says CCT and it opens up this Java screen in order for me to get to it, that one of the big differences is that it will be through your web browser. So it will be an HTML5 interface. That's what I've been hearing for years.
That's what I've been hearing too.
So that's one significant difference. So you'll have to have a web browser, and you'll just go to it like that.
Yeah.
Now, when that time frame is, don't know. It's basically whenever anybody says enhancement for CCT, kind of the joke honestly is that, oh, we're not going to fix it in CCT. We're going to that's part of the JCT.
Right.
That's the current name for the next generation tool, where they're just calling it like the Johnson controller tool or Johnson controls tool or something like that. I don't really know. It's just kind of a, like I said, they probably don't really have a brand name for it at this point because it's different than all of our other stuff.
Yeah. And the idea is, right, so if you've ever worked on SNCs, everything's embedded in SCT. The idea is to have one tool that you interface with the controllers and supervisory devices and all of this stuff with, and then have other subsets of tools like APLT is how do I want to say it? Like a feature tool, right?
Yeah.
Like it has a very specific
Use case.
right? So it's for downloading multiple controllers. It's for looking at boatloads of attributes all at the same time. It's, things of that sort.
Why was it stripped out of CCT?
Well, to make room for other things in CCT is what I was told. I don't know if you heard anything different.
I'd never heard anything one way or the other.
Yeah, that's kind of what I heard.
It was just technology changes. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just technology changes. So
Well, yeah, and there was certain services that it used that had to change. That's been a big thing is when services die, we need to go with something else, right? And this is back-end stuff that you and me typically don't even look at, but like, RabbitMQ,
also all sorts of Microsoft services, things that are part of Windows. I mean, because geez,
they
CCT
evolve.
started on what, Windows XP, right?
No,
Was it Windows? Yeah, because I had
Yeah,
Windows XP
yeah.
on my laptop when I started. Migrated to Windows 7, migrated to Windows 10, now to Windows 11.
So here's a good question, and I'm being told, yes, it's in the works. Will the new software have live program changes? I'm being told that yes, it's on the roadmap. But
I don't know.
we'll see. I
Yeah.
mean, that's things that are on the road. That's a very heavy lift, if you will, when you think about engineering, to be able to have live program changes. I understand it's in JACEs and a lot of other things, but we weren't built that way from the beginning. Kind of like, the FX80 is or 90 is. It wasn't built that way. So it would have to be re-engineered and redone. And again, it's a very heavy lift. Hopefully we don't have multiple licenses for multiple versions, and yes, that was another thing that we talked about. We were on a couple calls with that. That's like, well, why don't we just have, a single license that covers all of our stuff? But it gets a little bit more complicated than that, because again, that's not how the software manager and things were built. So that's another reason why we don't have it as of yet. I do know that is also on the roadmap. That's another enhancement feature.
Just talking about that with Frank before, the major pain point with distributors is the licensing process.
Yeah.
How much
Yeah.
time it takes and everything.
And we even said, because we were on a call with the developer of that, he understands the idea, which again, as long as the software manager is built to understand that this particular code is going to equal all of these different programs, then that's fine, but that has to be built into the code, right? Have them take out the stupid dash marks in the point names.
Okay. Well, so all I can say is by default, I don't know if that would ever happen.
Yeah.
And all I can say is, from my experience, it's what I'm used to. So when I don't know any better. I don't know what anybody else does. With that, why you would not want the dash marks.
Underscores is.
It's like telling the French to not say bonjour anymore. It's just always been that way. I don't know if they would ever.
Yeah. So one of the things that you can do is that I click the button. So when you go to settings, there's naming and signal. So once this opens up, which I guess I should have just left open, is that it gives you this list.
Yeah.
And so it gives you some, this is stuff I can't change. Everything in white is stuff that I can change. So one of the nice things, and basically what this is every single point. So I don't want my boiler or my building load to be BLG-P. I want it to be BLG_P. Okay, well, yeah, but I've got 15 billion other points I have to do that to. What do I do? Well, handy dandy export button. Let me just put this on my home screen. I'm going to save that. And it's doing whatever it's doing. I probably can't. So, oh, it doesn't have anything. Well, it is an Excel file, right? From what I remember.
I believe so, yeah.
Where do I go to open with? Sorry, this is a Windows 11 problem because I'm like, I don't remember how I opened this with a different program. Right there at the top, open with. Where is Excel?
Yeah, you leave him alone.
Here, I'm sorry, my experiment. I'm just gonna hit Excel.
Yeah, and then open it up.
Open. This piece. Browse. This is a Windows complaint. I hate how convoluted it has gotten to try and open things in Windows and Office and all this other stuff. Okay, where has my little dog gone? There it is. Yeah, so it looking like it's actually it's a CSV file. So if you've probably seen that in different things, or basically it looks like it's probably not really a CSV, but either way, you can open it up in Excel, you can open it up in Notepad, and you can figure out a way to make this all work so that you can search and copy, replace.
Search the dash and replace with underscore.
Yeah.
Because that's what the big complaint is, that, yes, Niagara shows a $2D.
Ah, okay. That's where it
Yeah.
comes in.
Yep. That's
I wonder, is that
that's a Niagara thing.
I was going to say, I wonder, is that a JCI problem, or is that a
No.
Niagara problem?
It's
or
a
is
Niagara
that
thing,
a
'cause
Bacnet problem?
It
Or I
doesn't
wonder
know
where
what
that
the
actually
dash
comes-
is because they don't use dashes. Remember, they use underscores for dashes.
Oh, like I said, but I wonder, is that a Niagara thing, or is that that actually is a Bacnet thing?
I think it's a Niagara thing.
Okay.
I-
Sorry.
I think Niagara didn't want to do the dashes and put it in. So
I know Siemens uses underscores. I do know that a
yeah.
lot. I was
And
thinking that was more that they were
It might be-
Europeans, but
It might
I
be
don't know.
more of like a haystack thing too. I mean,
Maybe.
haystack is, they don't use dashes, they use all underscores as well.
yeah, maybe
Um,
some kind of weird character limitation thing. But that's probably
Yeah,
outside
because
of
the dash takes up more than, because a dash is not a primary special character, right? It's a secondary, I believe. So that's probably why it takes up more binary code, I believe.
Oh, okay. That does make a little bit more sense.
Yeah.
But now we're getting this like super weird thing to
Yes.
discuss. But
Yeah, so there,
you can basically edit this file,
okay, so
re-import it.
Tom says it's an XML thing.
Ah, okay, XML.
So that
code.
would make more sense then, because everybody else uses, well, we do too, so I don't know why.
I don't know. That's why I said, like, I
Behind
wonder
the
where the problem
scenes.
actually is.
Yeah,
Because
because our
if you can open up a CAF file,
in XML.
and yes, and so maybe here's one of those little weird things that not maybe ever. It's one of those. So
This is really getting into the weeds.
yeah, but why not? We're talking about it. So
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So look, if a CAF file, if you just open it up in 7-zip, there's an XML file inside of the thing.
Yep.
So I'm going to take it out and, no, okay. So I can open it. I opened it up in Edge, so I don't technically think I can edit it. But if I open it in something like Notepad+, you can actually edit this code if you really wanted to. I would say don't do it. It's way too convoluted. Yeah, because I have no idea what I'm looking at. This is just a bunch of text on a screen. But you could do it if you really wanted to try. Because I've edited it. If I found something I wanted to edit, I edited it, I put it back in the zip file, opened it back up in CCT, loaded it in a controller, and it worked because all I was trying to do was change the Bacnet instance ID for one point, because I just wanted to prove to myself if I could do it or not. Well, there's actually an easier way if you need to change Bacnet instance IDs, because
That was the old way to kind of get around something. At that
Yeah.
point.
So if you open up EasyCAF, of course,
I don't think we're going to bring that. That's a tool. We're not going to bring that tool up.
so if I open up EasyCAF, hopefully this, at least some folks don't know this, is that in CCT you can't change Bacnet instance IDs at all.
Right.
When you create a point, you created the point, it's what it is.
So this goes back to the NS8000, some of the NS8000 problems in the beginning,
Yep.
that you had to do this before we fixed it in CCT. So if everybody's not aware, this comes in your bundle package. So when you purchase the FX bundle, EasyCAF is in there. So you will have it, and it's downloadable, the whole 9 yards.
Yep. So if you just go to options under EasyCAF, first screen that comes up has this, like, oh, I want it in English, but my view type, by default, your view type is standard. If you just change it to advanced and hit OK, one of the things that I can now do is I can actually change Bacnet instance IDs. So I can change that from 3 to 55.
Yeah.
So that's also something where if you're writing a new program to replace something that's already been mapped in to your supervisor, you can actually you can just go in and change all the points. They have to be the same type, so an AV, BI, BV, whatever, all that type part. That you just can't change unless you do some stuff in the CCT file. But you can change the numbers to match what's in your database so your graphics work without doing any changes,
Right.
which is just like at the PRN type
well,
thing.
and that goes back to the PCA stuff. So if
Yeah.
something was incorrect, it should be the same point type. You would just change it and should be good, right? So you could try that if you really didn't want to redo stuff in the front end, which I understand. It can get really, really cumbersome and really time consuming. But again, to each their own. Try things and see how you like it and go from there, right? That's how all of us learn and do different things. So
Yep. Hopefully that was at least a little bit helpful for folks. Because you can even turn on into in EasyCAF. I didn't actually know that part.
I didn't know that either.
Well,
But see how it comes up vendor when you first do it. That's the same thing that it does in CCT. So you have to change it to whatever you have. This, I don't believe, has like set N2 and stuff. Doesn't look like it does, but that's something that's embedded in CCT, is the set N2 and then max
Yeah.
+1 and that sort of thing. But you know, handful of points, you could do this here. Anything else from everybody on the YouTube live here? I think we're out of things to talk about.
No more questions that came in? Do
No,
you have
not
any
yet.
more questions? Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
Yeah. And I'll keep an eye on this chat the next few days, just in case somebody has something. Put it in the chat and I'll answer it. I'm subscribed to this already, so I'll do my best to get back to you.
So, you know,
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it.
I guess, you know, one of the things is kind of, are there other questions? Even, I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
primarily has been CCT and whatnot. I mean, we talked a little bit about APLT, we talked about EasyCAF, but just like other generalized questions, because, you know, even if it's something that we can't answer, have an idea. So, like, I don't know if anybody uses wireless, but I know one of the big complaints about the wireless system is that the net stats look like the old NS7000.
Yeah.
So they are getting, I think, actually sounds like pretty close to the new NS8000 style wireless stats coming out.
Yep.
So that should be, hopefully, maybe by the end of the year. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a call on it yesterday, so.
Yeah, I know I'd gotten an email from the product manager because I have a wireless demo kit, and
Yep.
he was asking about the, I guess if I have it, and then what to do about, you know, getting the new NS8000 style stats.
Yep.
So that is something that's coming that will kind of help things. Any other, like I said, any other
There's-
questions?
So this is a very good question. Let me see. When might we see the new blue Danfoss VFD with SA bus?
Purple Drive.
Not sure.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of things that they've been working on, and you know, focuses have shifted to, you know, just making sure that we have everything in it and so on and so forth. So I'm not exactly sure what the timeline is on it. I don't know if
I don't
you've heard anything
remember
else.
what.
Wayne may know. I'll reach out to Wayne and see.
Yeah.
So I should be able to respond back to you, and I'll reach out to some product management folks and another AE that works closely with Danfoss, and I'll get you some sort of answer.
Yeah. But we're at least at this point, we're not going to have a blue drive, so it'll be red because Danfoss is red,
Yeah, and then it's
and
gonna have
then
some features.
we're calling it a purple drive because you take blue, take red, together they're purple. So it's that's the code name is Purple Drive. But basically it'll be a Danfoss labeled drive that's customized specifically for Johnson Controls.
Right. And part of that is it's supposed to be, we'll see if it actually rolls out, the SA bus. Because again, SA bus is Bacnet, right? It speaks Bacnet, it's a dialect of Bacnet. Because I always say that Johnson Controls controllers, any of the CGMs, CVMs, they don't speak general Bacnet, they speak a dialect of Bacnet that's approved by Bacnet. And that's the reason why you can get so many controllers on a trunk versus Bacnet standards and so on and so forth, right? So it speaks that dialect of Bacnet, and when you add third-party devices, then it changes its code to general Bacnet. So it's basically the same communication, and it's just adding the packages, if you will,
Yeah, into
to SA
CCT.
bus. Yeah.
Which is where it's not. If CCT doesn't have a definition for a device, it can't communicate to it.
Right.
So that's where like the general SA bus object was a big deal because it did allow us to pull in, for all intents and purposes, third-party devices. Even if they're made by us, it's like a device that's not intended to go on the SA bus because it's not a FX controller and an expansion module. It's a JCI Ruskin airflow station, which is a completely different PCBA. It's a different Bacnet controller, maybe made by our company at the time, but it wasn't made to be a FX, Metasys, BC Pro, EasyIO, whatever the different brands that we have. It wasn't designed to be one of those controllers. It was just standalone third-party Bacnet device.
Right. So, question from Jim. Daisy chaining CGE controllers, not easy doing a ring topology. Other vendors don't seem to have a problem doing it. And he says, yes, basically he knows the RTP. So, just like in any other Johnson Controls fashion, we try to get as much out of a trunk as possible, right? Because that's a labor-saving tactic. So that's why we use
product cost.
Right, and product cost, and I mean it's a cost tactic to save money. Yes, the Cisco ring managers are more expensive than traditional, switches, if you will, but the cost savings should be there. So I've done, before I came out of the field, I did a VA site that had the ring managers on it, and we had very little issues, and that was first generation. It wasn't even Gen 4 controllers. It was still whatever.
Gen 3.5.
FAC, blah, 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 whatever they were.
FAC 4911.
4911, that's what it was.
Which was a PCA 4911.
Yes. Right. So it works really well, but yes, it is pricey. If you don't understand how to configure it, it does get a little confusing. We do have a macro embedded Excel file that you can use to create your network and your program and that whole thing. So, if you guys have questions on that, of course, reach out to Brody and they can get us involved. Because, I've done one of those and then helped with a bunch of other ones. So, I don't know if...
Yeah, I mean, the
I
big
mean, you
thing.
can daisy chain them,
the
it's
big
just-
thing about MRP is just that you can get 100 devices on a ring, and then you can get 300 devices because you can have 3 rings on an IE2000 or IE3000.
Right.
That's a lot of devices to just go through one switch, as opposed to, I don't know what the limit is on daisy chain, but I know in RSTP it's 32 max, but basically every feedback I've gotten from anybody that's used one of those systems is basically they say the manufacturers don't recommend anything more than about 20 or so, 20, 25 controllers. So if it's Siemens, Distech, anybody else, that's basically about what they say. Is, like I said, what I've been told, basically about 70, 80% is like the max capacity you can actually put on an RSTP trunk. So that's a big difference.
Yes.
Basically, it's a third of one MRP ring.
Right.
And when we say 100, that's just because that's what we've validated. I think I have been told by the developers that MRP could support a lot more controllers. It's
Right.
just they don't. 100's a lot, and they don't even know what would happen beyond 100.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot of cabling just to install, a lot of stuff to wire one to the next.
Yeah, agreed. And I mean, that's, again, it's, it really just depends on what you're doing, right? I mean, yes, we don't set the cost for the Cisco ring managers. That's Cisco. We have
Yep.
nothing to do with that whatsoever. It's a Cisco thing, and the reason we partnered with Cisco is because that's what, I don't know, 75 to 85% of all customers have, right, is Cisco switches. So might as well go with something like that. But again, they charge what they want, right? So that's part of that. You can daisy chain them. It doesn't use MRP at that point in time. It's it's daisy chain.
Yeah.
So there are issues with that. We understand that certain manufacturers shunt their controllers, so they normally close their Ethernet contacts. Johnson Controls, being very conservative as we are, we don't want to do that because we don't want problems, right? Because if you run more than 300 feet on an Ethernet cable, which could happen, there could be a lot more problems. So we try not to do that. The other nice thing with the Cisco switch is it's managed. So you only really need, it depends on how many supervisory controllers you have underneath that switch, but technically like 2, right? So if you have a Jace underneath that Cisco switch and you have the Cisco switch has an IP address, and then the Jace does to see, above that. So that's really the only 2 things that you need. And that's a lot less to bite and chew for an IT department that charges usually facilities anywhere between $300 and $500 a year per IP address, per port. That becomes very expensive very quickly, right? So that's why we did this instead of, them saying, "Oh, give us 300 IP devices," and the IT department loses their mind. So there was rhyme and reason behind some of this stuff, right? It doesn't seem like there was, but there really was. We have brought it up that some of these other manufacturers do certain things, shunting and so on and so forth. Is it a good idea? Yes. Could it cause problems? Yes. So to each their own.
Anything else in there?
A couple other things. Any updates on the fix for the CGM controller terminal issues? Well, there were issues with them. They changed out the terminal blocks, and as far as we know, again, this is the issue of not reporting things. As far as we know, the issues have subsided, right? There's very little issues with those terminal blocks with the new update. If that's not the case, then report it to Brody, and then Brody will, send an email in, and they can get something else done, right? So the idea is you can change out a controller quickly and easily without touching terminal blocks. And you're pulling them off and putting them back on. That's the really nice thing with them, right? It's just like some of the older VMAs had that. The X9100 had the base and so on and so forth, but I mean that's
it's a multi-layered problem. I will
Yeah.
say that much, because it was some manufacturing oversights. Then they took it out of service, got new ones. Manufacturing was like, "Oh, well, we didn't really throw away everything," and then they used them again.
yes.
And then they fixed it, and then there still were issues that popped up, and at least most of the things I've heard about after that has been more, they traced it back to, it's an old lots, where it's like things that are people in, controllers that people have in their garage, and they're using them on sites, or stuff that was sitting on a shelf for a year in the back, and then they pull it out because somebody bought it, and now it's getting put into the field, and it has the bad terminal blocks. So it's not like it's not an issue to a new controller, but it's just still a new instance of the old issue, if that makes sense. So like I said, that's where it gets kind of multi-layered.
Right. Our old stock from some distributors that were out there, Brody goes through stuff, so I don't think you guys should have any issues with it, but, certain places around the country, they had old stock that, they found a pallet of it somewhere, and it's like, oh, okay, let's just sell this, and then they ran into that issue. So the next question is, any information on the new TEC Pro, TEC 4000? I haven't heard much.
I've heard TEC 4000.
Yeah.
That's about it.
I talked to Cyan about that, about what it was gonna be, because he was asking about business case and all that stuff. It was pretty cool, some of the features, and I
Yeah. So
That was the idea.
I imagine the folks online didn't necessarily hear that, but Scott was talking about that he has from some communication with a product manager about what the plan has been, but what the actual status of development, when it would actually be available for purchase, is not really clear at this point. So probably if you want to know more, talk to Scott, and he'd probably at least be able to get you a better clue than what we have. Because like I said, I've seen something, but it was like 6 months or a year ago was the last time I think I heard anything.
Yeah.
Probably a year ago we had that.
Yep. Looks like this is just a comment. It says Phoenix makes an MRP Ring router that works good and is cheaper than the Cisco MRP router. You know, that's perfectly okay, right? If you can get it to work. I know it's not something that's truly supported by Johnson Controls, so we're going to say that. But, you know, everybody's going to do their different thing.
Yeah,
So.
because just for everybody to know, MRP is an actual standard. It's not a Cisco only protocol. It is something that is one of the big standards bodies. It's just Cisco is one of the only ones to ever implement it. But then I know Moxa has MRP rings, switches, and I didn't know Phoenix.
Yeah, I didn't know Phoenix either.
But there's other vendors out there that do make them because it is, like I said, a standard. Of course, the funny thing is actually was a standard that was originally developed by Siemens for their industrial PLCs and things like that in the industrial world. But what does Siemens use on their BAS controllers? They use RSTP.
Yep.
Which is kind of funny.
Yeah. So another question here, is there a rhyme or reason to the Bacnet Object IDs? Yes. So depending on what you select, that's what your Bacnet IDs are, the actual point addresses, right? And it really depends on the system selection tree, what you select, and so on and so forth. I would assume somewhere there's a list that a developer has or an engineer has that says this is why this one is this address and so on and so forth. But that's stuff that's way buried in the programs,
I know
right?
in the basics of it is that the address, like the point numbering, how it iterates up, is all based on the first AI you have in the program is AI1, and then as it goes up, but it's not like linear, like it goes from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. Right. There is some jumping involved in it, but it's also that every block in a CCT program, in every module, every input, every output, everything you put in a module, every single one of those is a AV, BV, MV, AI, whatever. And so they all have numbers, and that's why the first time you build a program, and the first time you add a new input, it's like AI 11,026. Well, it's because there's like 10,000 objects like somewhere in there. Maybe it's not 10,000 because there is an object. There's technically an object limit even in a controller. But it's because the way it iterates up every 10 numbers or something like that there's a bunch of things that precede it.
Right.
And it's mostly to try and space things out so you don't have any misaddresses and then cause Bacnet storm in a controller would be really bad.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would crash a controller in a heartbeat.
So.
No, that's it. There's just a repeat question. I think he was just trying to make sure we hit it. And if you guys have anything else, let us know. Like I said,
I went in the back.
There you go.
I got a question this morning from somebody. If you're using like standalone, say, CGM 9090 for a boiler, simple in, where do you, and you have two pumps selected for runtime, rotate by runtime, where do you set that runtime value? I know it's supposed to rotate by in rotation small, by the rank, but what sets that rank based off of runtime, and is there a place to set that?
So the question was, if you have a rotate via runtime, and let's just say you're replacing the controller, right? You have runtime from before. Where do you put that in? So Nathaniel will show you here.
Hopefully that was the right question. Did this?
Yeah, just
What do I do? This one? Pump rotation runtime.
yes.
Okay. Okay, so boiler rotation small, blah, 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 blah. We got that, we got that. I don't know why I didn't. Oh, that's boiler rotation. It should be
Yeah.
pump rotation small. That's what I'm looking for. Rank, pump rotation, last value. Goes there, totalization. So here. Now, how you actually change this? Can you change? Can I? If I put 1,000 in, would it have started at 1,000?
Yep.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. So that's
I think
prior.
this. I think this is the answer to the question. Is that? Does this sound like it would be, or is it a different?
It's a good answer, but not the answer to the question. So like, say you want to rotate your pumps every 168 hours. Where do you put that value? Or do you set up a calendar in the
Yes.
controller to trigger the rotate network input?
That's what I would do.
Okay.
That's how I would do it. I would put some sort of counter in there that resets every so many hours, so 160 hours, let's just call it, that it rotates at 160 hours. And then when it rotates, it resets the counter. Right? That's what I would do. Or I would do it off of, the first of the month, second of the month, whatever it may be, right? And then at that point in time, runtime should equal out over a whole year's period, right? Because the likelihood that you're going to get one pump running longer than the other in an entire year when you're staging them on and off and doing this other thing, it may be off by 50, but what's 50 hours? It's not much. But yes, you can do that, and then to do the rotate, it depends, right? So depending on what you're trying to do. But if you're replacing an old controller with a new one, that's how you put it in there so that it's equal. Because sometimes they have to do a pump rebuild, and there's like thousands of hours more on one pump versus another. Or again, whenever you rebuild a pump, right, you reset the runtime. Because why wouldn't you? It's just my opinion. If you're rebuilding like a chiller plant and you got one of them that's thousands of hours different than the other, and so on and so forth, because they try to keep the hours the same, right, regardless of what's what. So.
Yeah, and that's one of the nice things with the Gen 4 controllers is that because they've got the real-time clock, you can have alarms, trends, schedules. You can put in the controller so you can help to do those things. A lot easier than the old ways, because the old way would be like, had to been on for the past, weeks, and then your timer goes off in order to make it do the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, there's ways to keep the runtime equal. But again, then, when you rebuild a pump versus another and so on and so forth, depending on how the facility wants to do it, right? So. But any other questions for anything?
I'm going to ask what Will was saying. So if you wanted to rotate them, I didn't know if it was up there. You have a counter. Does that trigger, is there just a point that you toggle, rotate pumps or something?
Yeah.
On
Yeah,
those
it's
objects?
typically it's a rotate now.
Yeah, or depending on the program, like this one is PH, primary hot water pump dash ROT for rotate.
Mhm.
Yeah, it can be rotate now in some programs. Is that chiller side is rotate now?
Yeah, I think so. Rotate now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's typically depends how you set it up, but typically that's tied to like everything. Everything will rotate. Sometimes it's just pumps, chillers, towers, whatever, but makes it a little easier if they're okay with doing everything all at the same time. But you can see, I mean, you can do it in here, right? You can do the schedule in here. You can do the schedule in the JACE. You can put, you know, totalizations that reset whenever it's rotated, and it's your possibilities are almost limitless in CCT. So.
Yeah, just trying to figure out, like I said, the clock makes everything a lot easier because
Yeah.
you can just put it on a schedule and just do it every day. Like rotate now. All right, didn't do anything. Rotate now.
Yeah.
All right, it worked.
Yep. Okay, so let's see.
That's a little cheap way to do it, but sometimes simpler is always better, in my opinion. Because if you can make it as simple as possible, it'll be less hard for somebody to understand after you.
Yeah.
Until
So-
you get something really complicated.
This is a question for Brody, and I'll have to talk to them about that. They'll probably get with you, Sean, but how do I stay in the loop for future events like this or other access to advanced topic discussions? I'm assuming you guys post them on your website, right? Not sure where that lies on your website, but I'm sure there's a training section and there's things on there. Do you guys do like a Facebook or something like that as well? Or?
Probably LinkedIn.
Okay, so
I was thinking.
yeah, if you
LinkedIn.
follow them on LinkedIn, they'll have posts, and you'll be able to alert yourself like that.
So the conversation we had last night about firmware, you want to mention that, because that's the big pain point with a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
Downloading the main
Okay.
time it takes.
Oh yeah.
So we talked about field controller packages earlier. We talked some about like tech support stuff, enhancements. I will say, just because there is a lot of folks on the phone, if this is an enhancement request that you would like to be a part of, it can be one of those things that can be sent in to remove the pre-built applications from the CVM CVE. That is an enhancement request that I have had created. I know I have at least 6 customers on it. But basically, enhancements and defects are all rated based on customers on board with it. And when we say customer, I mean customer is any user. So that could be your institution, the VA, or whatever entity that is. That can be you as a technician that uses it. That can be your company in total. So there's multiple levels of customers, regardless of what any enhancement or defect is. So a customer is a customer. More customers means more people would want this. So if you would like that, because basically what that means is that whenever you have to load new firmware into CVE or CVM, it takes approximately 12 to 15 minutes to do that firmware. So boot and main. And the reason is because there are now 21 pre-built CCT applications that gets loaded into that controller.
The general controllers?
No, just the general controllers are like less than 5 minutes to update
Yeah,
firmware.
general controllers aren't bad. It's the CVMs and stuff
So
that take a lot longer.
If you see a CGM, CGE take longer, usually it's going to be one time, and that has more to do with how many XPMs do you have attached to the thing, because that's the main thing that they've traced anything back to, is that people see slowdowns is because if you're updating the firmware, most likely you're actually probably updating the firmware on the XPMs at the same time, which also takes time. So depending on what options you have set in CCT when you're doing those, that might be part of something that's going on, because it makes it look like the CGM isn't working for like 15 or 20 minutes because it's updating the firmware on all the XPMs.
I've only heard it in regards to PIDs, because it'll be the comment like, hey, I got 150 knots, and I got to be 50.
Yeah.
Whereas like,
So some of that is also where use APLT, you can download multiple controllers at once, which helps to save time, because now you're doing 10 instead of 1 at a time. Whatever that limit is, I don't know what it is. I've not tested it past a couple controllers because I haven't been in the field in years to actually load that many devices all at once.
Yeah.
But I know in the olden days, well, we had mass download, and it just would take as much time as it would take too, and so it's hard to make things as fast as they possibly can be on MSTP. So, but it's just a way to make it faster, is if we asked for those to be removed. So, if you would like to be a part of that, you can send in a request, and if that one at least would specifically come to me, I could add it to the specific JIRA case, which is what our defects and enhancements are put into a JIRA system.
Yeah. Jim asks, is there a doc that explains what all the points in the program do? That's that help file. You can search that help file, and it's going to tell you everything that you would possibly want to know, and then probably even more.
Yeah. I will say that there are certain parts of certain things that are even in CCT where the CCT help file doesn't actually help. If there are old N2 documents, like from the PMI days, which I don't know if it existed I guess FX didn't actually exist in that time period, did it? So there are some really old documents when they introduced Bacnet into PMI, where you could do Bacnet integrations even though our controllers were still N2, that they actually have some really good explanations on certain things like if you're looking at an output and you see this heavy equipment delay, there actually is an article, or there used to be, it's a discontinued article, actually what that meant. And I found some of this stuff, and I was like, wow, why didn't we modernize this? Because it's 30-year-old literature that would help explain some of the really weird parts of CCT. But yeah, there are certain things that are not as obvious. The help file is very helpful. Some things it's not helpful for, why would you ever use a heavy equipment delay? It tells you this is what it is, but it doesn't tell you why you would use it.
Yeah, that's so you just Google Johnson Controls Knowledge Exchange.
Yep.
And 90+% of our literature's on there. Almost all of our stuff is public, right? There's only a handful of things like certain, confidential information that we don't give out to everybody, but everything that you guys would need to know, it's on there.
Yeah. So this, when you guys get this link is to that BAS Knowledge Exchange.
Yeah.
And it's like Cody said, but the only thing, there's almost nothing that we've published that isn't on there unless it actually just was lost documentation, because I have heard about that. I've seen certain things that just, documents that are just gone, but nobody knows where they are. Yeah. But I like our product literature. That's the one thing I've always liked, that we've had public product literature for as long as I've worked for the company. Because I know I've looked at different times for integrating into a train controller. Well, you got to go through train to get that document for different information from some, like I said, that's just an example, but it's I just want the Bacnet points list for the chiller. That's it. I don't need some fancy, thing, but
yeah.
I don't know about York chillers, if it's easy to find. I think it is relatively easy to find because there's a York version of the same site, but I can't remember. It's been a while.
Yeah.
So I am kind of rambling at this point.
So there's two other questions here. Any plan to support 10K Type 3 sensors? That would be an enhancement request, right? So
yeah,
send to Brody that, hey, we have a lot of these, we would want this, and they can escalate it to us. And well, yes, you can use a span block, absolutely.
There's I guess there's a workaround / recovery, which would be something like that. But yeah, I know there is a JIRA case to add more sensor types to the next version of the tool.
Yeah.
Because there are like weird things, like isn't like 10K Type 3 was used a lot by like really old Honeywell systems?
Honeywell, yeah.
There's other sensor types that I don't know. I mean, like I don't know much about our competitors' actual like full-on product lines.
Yeah, so Honeywell had them, I know, because there was, but there's a couple other manufacturers.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys would know, but I know Honeywell's one, and I don't know who else has Type 3s.
But yeah, just
Everybody that makes them makes a 10K Type 3. So,
okay.
Honeywell makes them, I think Johnson makes them.
I know we have 10K Type 2.
Yeah, well, Type L.
Type
L.
Type L in there too.
Yeah.
Which is close.
It's close, but it's not 100% matching. So that's, like you said, span block. I mean, I've done that before.
Take an expert that share with the rest of the team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do it once.
The next one is enhancement, just a requested feature change. Yeah, I mean, that's an enhancement is a change or, any kind of feature that is added. So if you guys have those or when there's new software that comes out, when we say enhancement, that's what we mean.
Yep. And that's in screenshots, like sometimes like I've seen things where people would take a screenshot of their screen and it's like add a button here and then they give an explanation of like what does the button do.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's like adding some kind of feature to save time, to make this easier, simplify this type thing. There's lots of that's what enhancements are. Where it's adding features, making just ways to make your job faster, which in turn means that other people's job gets faster.
Yeah.
Because if it saves you a minute, I mean that's important. When you do an aggregate, if you're talking about a building that has 500 VAV boxes and you can save a minute per, that's a lot.
Yeah.
But is it, and if it's something then that is kind of ends up being universal and then you save everybody more time, that becomes a bigger deal. Versus it's this one-off, really weird kind of use case, and instead of it taking me an hour to build this program, it would have taken me 30 minutes. It's like, that kind of a enhancement is lower on a priority scale than something that affects everybody.
Yeah.
And that's just the reality of it because you can't build everything.
Right. So Sean asks, is it possible to create a custom coordinate table in CCT? Yes, you can create a table. Again, I've done it before. I've put like 30 or so points in there, and it just spans between each point, if you will. So each jump in temperature or whatever, however you set it up, right? So a certain resistance, certain ohms equals this temperature and so on and so forth. Is it 100% accurate? No, but it gets you really close, right? And you only do it for the range that you need. So, if it's a temperature sensor in a piece of ductwork or something, probably from 50 to 80 degrees, you would put all of these points in and the ohms, and that's how you can get around it. And then you can export that block and use it later, right?
Yep.
So that's it as of now.
Okay. Going once, going twice, sold to the man in the hat. Well, thank you very much for everybody.
Yep, thank you guys.
This was great, yeah, thank you for your time.
I'm sorry, Cody, I forgot to put your email on here.
That's
But
okay.
one thing, hopefully it's on the screen, if you guys could do that feedback form. It's just a little QR code. You can scan your computer screen, hopefully, and get that. It would be very helpful. So then we can kind of evaluate how awesome of a job that Cody did and how poorly I did.
Yeah, okay.
Or,
I don't think that's the case.
no, thank you very much, especially for the questions. That was, for the
Yeah.
folks. I know just being online makes it a little sometimes difficult. And thank you very much for your questions, because that helped.
Thanks for your answer.
So, I mean, it definitely was good engagement from everybody involved. I mean, that's the most important thing, is because you can only, there's a lot of topics, but it's hard to express any of those topics if less people actually want to know about them or have a question about them, because it's like you just sit and ramble about, like, well, CCT does this and does that, and then it kind of turns into one of those boring, I'm going to create a new program and go through the question and answer and blah, 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 and that's about it.
And people fall asleep.
Yeah. I know I fell asleep when I took the customization CCT course, because I was like, why am I sitting in here?
Yeah.
But that was a long time ago, and it was part of my development plan, and I had to go to it, so I did it one way or the other.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.